I have long been aware of FromSoft's Souls series by its reputation alone. I was scared away from it for years by all the talk of the difficulty, vague story, lack of direction, the depressing and dark world, and so on. I mostly ignored the series for years, hearing praise for each new release thinking, this just isn't for me. The reveal of Sekiro was the first time that one of these games interested me. The game immediately grabbed my attention with the gorgeous Japanese setting, and I was intrigued. But soon I realized it was another game by the studio that made Dark Souls. It came out to rave reviews, and I looked at it and thought, maybe I would play it in the future. And after it won Game of the Year at the Game Awards, I decided I had to give it a shot. I fell in love. It was brutally challenging, but also rewarding. I was unsure of how to play the game, and struggled, but it fascinated me. I felt like I had a chance, and with enough practice, I would be able to learn. The first wall I ran into was the Shinobi Hunter Isshin in Harada Estate. He was so fast, and there were too many enemies in the area. I was overwhelmed. I resorted to stealth killing all the enemies in the area by hiding up on the roof, waiting for them to lose aggro, and then jumping back in for the next one. Using this strategy, I was able to isolate him and even got one free death blow in, but I just could not dodge or block his thrust attacks. After dying to him 15 plus times, I figured I must have been doing something wrong. At this point, I went back to the sculptor, and he gave me a skill tree, and I saw the Mikiri counter. I now had a way to counter him, and went back to get my revenge. I died another couple times before I actually figured out how to use the Mikiri counter, but eventually I prevailed. That was my first real taste of the satisfaction these games provide for overcoming a challenge. I was hooked. I played the game non-stop until I finished, struggling with many bosses along the way. None more than Isshin the Sword Saint, who took me over 6 hours alone. When I finished it, my only thought was, I want more. So I went and bought Dark Souls Remastered. I played up until I beat the Taurus Demon, and then immediately bought Dark Souls 2 and 3, because I knew I was gonna love this series. In the next few months, I completed all of the games. My craving for Souls could not be stopped. I would replay each of these games over and over and over. About 15 months after I started the series, I had gotten the platinum for all 6 games and completed Soul Level 1 runs of both Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. I'd watched hours and hours of lore videos, reviews, retrospectives, streams, boss rankings, and more for all of these games. I made my own rankings of each game's bosses by both difficulty and my overall opinion, just for fun. At this point, I realized that this series had become my favorite video game series of all time. So now I want to make my own contribution to the overwhelming amount of Soulsborne content on this platform. And here we are. I did this mostly for myself, but to anyone out there watching this video, thank you. I hope you enjoy. And with that, here is my list ranking every boss in Demon's Souls: Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. Coming in at last place, to the surprise of absolutely no one, is the Bed of Chaos. I mean, what do I really have to say? This abomination is easily the worst boss in the series and one of the worst I've ever seen. In the Design Works interview, Miyazaki even admits that the Bed of Chaos is the biggest regret he has about the game. Deadlines were approaching and he couldn't get a good mental image of what this boss should have been. They had to settle on something, and this is the result. A platforming boss in a game where you can barely jump and falling is an instant death. You will get swept into a hole, and it will never feel fair. It's incredibly frustrating. When you eventually make it to the core of the boss, it dies in one hit, so there's not even any satisfaction. Just relief that it's over. The only saving grace is the checkpoints you get after destroying either of the orbs, but having a boss that is so poorly designed the developers felt it was necessary to include checkpoints really says it all. The Witch of Izalith has some excellent lore, which makes it even more upsetting that her fight turned into this disaster. The worst boss in Dark Souls 2 is the Ancient Dragon. The dragon is huge and intimidating, which is good for a dragon boss, but that's all it gets right. The gargantuan health bar, high damage, and extremely limited moveset make this fight a chore. The dragon has a total of 5 attacks, according to the wiki, but you'll likely only ever see 3 of them. A fire breath in front of it that's easy to dodge and punish, stomps with any of its feet, and a flying fire attack. All of these attacks do extreme damage and will most likely one-shot you unless you have a ton of HP. Some can even hit twice if you don't get far enough away, guaranteeing death. The most frequent and dangerous attack is the flying fire breath. It flies up in the air and breathes fire underneath it with a massive hitbox. You have to be ready for this attack at all times because the range is so large that the only way to dodge it is to run to the tail the second the attack begins. The only strategy I've found viable is poking the feet and running for your life at any sign of it flying. It's a long, tedious, and boring fight that's really just not worth doing more than once. I refuse to type or read the full name of this boss and will refer to them as the name the community has given them. Gank Squad. This isn't even a boss. They threw 3 NPCs in a room, gave them a boss health bar, and called it a day. They're not even original designs. They are somehow cosplaying as Alva, Havel, and Lucatil. It's in one of the optional DLC areas in Dark Souls 2, which are notorious for their awful boss runs. The Cave of the Dead is a mess of an area full of enemies and petrifying statues. It's almost impossible to find the path as you're being attacked on all sides and everything looks the same. The fight consists of running for your life, trying to split up the NPCs so you can actually fight one. They're your standard Dark Souls NPC, which means they are extremely annoying, unsatisfying to fight, and have infinite stamina. It's a completely worthless, lazy, optional boss to pad the length of Dark Souls 2. Ludwig and Zalin, the King's Pets. The fight itself is not very good, but it's not the reason this boss comes in this low. If you fought this boss, you know why they're here. The Frigid Outskirts. Another of the optional DLC areas in Dark Souls 2, and the worst area in the series. Getting back to this boss takes at least 5 minutes, assuming you don't get lost or die, which you likely will. You are running through a barren wasteland with no vision while being attacked by infinitely spawning lightning reindeer that you cannot outrun. When you finally make it to the boss, it's a reskin of Ava, but with 2 of them. There are a lot of lazy copy and paste bosses throughout these games, but this one has to be the worst. There's actually one new mechanic added to this fight compared to the original, but it's terrible. When the last tiger gets low on health, it uses a buff where it does more damage, takes less damage, and has a constant heal. If you don't have a high enough damage output, it basically becomes invincible in this state. And if you die, you have to go through the nightmare that is the Frigid Outskirts once again. One of the bosses that is more relieving than satisfying to beat, because you never have to go through that run back ever again. It's also likely the final boss you will fight in the entire game, as it's the last boss of the last DLC, leaving a bitter taste in your mouth as you finish your playthrough. There's really no reason to fight this boss. I highly recommend saving yourself the trouble by pretending it doesn't exist.
Kos. Or some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers? No, we shall not abandon the dream.
Mikolash, host of the nightmare. Another puzzle boss gone horribly wrong. This is actually a fight that I initially found kind of interesting. He immediately makes an impression with the cage on his head and being very talkative. The concept of a boss that runs away from you in a maze where the goal is to trap him is actually pretty good. The problem is that it's incredibly frustrating to repeat, and you will be repeating it because Mikolash has one of the strongest attacks in the game that can easily one-shot you, and he can spam it endlessly. A Call Beyond completely destroys this fight. Even when you know exactly where to go to trap him as efficiently as possible, it still takes a lot of time to get to the final phase. And once you get there, you jump down into the arena taking fall damage and just have to pray he doesn't one-shot you. You can try to rush him down and kill him before he gets a Call Beyond off, but it's not all that hard for him to get free for a moment and insta-kill you. His voice acting is excellent, and he's a great fight from a story perspective.
Oh, majestic! A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. Nightmare swirls and churns unending. Prince, as you once did for the vacuous one. Grant us eyes, grant us eyes.
Which are the only reasons he's not even lower. But I cannot get over the amount of times this asshole has one-shot me or killed me the second I enter his room. The fight is just a total slog every time, and is the part of Bloodborne I dread playing the most. At least his death is extremely satisfying. This boss is straight trash. You walk into the room and get attacked by 4 rats that can apply toxic on you absurdly fast. You either kill the rats and it's an easy win, or you get hit with toxic and it's a guaranteed death. It's similar to the Capra Demon, but even worse, because at least with the Capra Demon you get a decent fight after his dogs are dead. The Royal Rat Authority itself is basically a discount Sif that is way too easy for how far into the game you are. The solution for this lack of difficulty was to throw a bunch of normal enemies, with a very strong status effect, into the arena to make it harder. I just mentioned that I like the Capra Demon more than the Royal Rat Authority, because I think it's a better fight once the minions are dead. That praise for the Capra Demon was not much more than a slight differentiation between the two bosses. The Capra Demon is trash. It's one of the rare examples of an unfair boss in Dark Souls. The boss is in such a tight arena and it's relatively aggressive, which already makes it a decent early game challenge. But then he's got his pet dogs that attack you the second you walk through the fog wall, and can easily trap you in a corner. The staircase in the back is the only reason this fight is even doable. It would be nearly impossible to kill the dogs without using it to break up aggro. The fight itself after that is pretty easy, but it's decent enough. Unfortunately, the dogs are so unfair that it ruins any enjoyment this fight could have had. Dark Souls 2 will eventually have some good bosses, but has by far the most terrible ones of every game in the series, a side effect of having significantly more than any of the other games. It really feels like quantity over quality when it comes to the lesser Dark Souls 2 bosses, and this boss is a perfect example of that. It's literally a room in the middle of an area full of basic enemies. They put the Covetous Demon theme over it, gave it a health bar, and called it a boss. Honestly, this boss should probably be lower on this list, but at least it's painless. It's a testament to how flawed the bosses below this are that the Prowling Magus made it this high. I am not a fan of Dark Souls PvP, and since that's the whole point of this fight, I can't stand it. I'd imagine PvP fans enjoy this fight, which seems likely given how often I get a player if I'm online. To me, it's an annoying roadblock placed right before Gale. It's the most inconsistent fight in the series. You could get a PvP god that destroys you. You can get someone that doesn't seem to know how to play the game, making you wonder how they made it this far. You could get the boring and annoying NPC. It drives me crazy how you have to sit around for so long for this fight to actually start. I get that the game is trying to summon a player, but it's so annoying to just stand there waiting for the boss to start. This was a difficult boss to place, but I settled with this spot because of how little I get out of it. To me, this boss adds nothing to the game but unnecessary frustration. Usually I switch to offline mode for this fight and deal with the NPC version, which is not really any better, but at least I can cheese it and move on to one of the best fights in the series. Rounding out the top 10 worst bosses in the series is the Dragon God. This fight is similar to the Bed of Chaos in that it is a terrible puzzle boss where the goal is to make it to the two ends of the arena while avoiding obstacles, and then you get to finish off a mostly defenseless boss. This time, instead of playing a platformer, we are playing a stealth game, and if you get spotted, you are dead. After the second ballista is fired, there is very little to worry about unless you're doing a soul level 1 run or otherwise have low damage or health. At least it's not very difficult on repeated playthroughs. This boss is a massive disappointment, considering it's featured heavily in the game's intro and marketing, has a unique cutscene as a reward for beating the difficult tutorial boss, and it's just so cool looking. The Ancient Wyvern is another puzzle boss. It becomes very clear if you try to fight it head on that this is not the intended way to do this fight. You have to run through an area full of some of the most annoying enemies in the game and do a plunging attack that one-shots the Wyvern. I have missed this plunging attack an alarming number of times, which really makes me hate this fight even more than I probably should. There's even another one as a normal enemy right after it that you have to fight straight up, and it's awful, so maybe this is better than what we would have gotten. I feel like if this was just a level hazard like the Wyverns in Lothar Castle or the Great Serpent in Sekiro, it wouldn't be as bad. Going into this with the expectation of a boss makes it extremely anticlimactic and feels like a missed opportunity. A rehash of the Bell Gargoyles, but with a smaller arena, less interesting moveset, and there are 6 of them. Who thought this was a good idea? It's one of the worst examples of a gang fight, and a blatant attempt at fan service, while trying to make it more difficult than the original. I decided to leave them all alive and fight them at once, just to see what it was like, and it wasn't all that difficult, but it was extremely annoying. It's a complete waste of time. There is no good reason to fight these guys. Just like the Royal Rat Authority, the Royal Rat Vanguard is a waste of a boss. This is just a swarm of rats, and one of them is a boss. Rats are one of the most annoying enemies in the series, and these rats that swarm you cause petrification. Dark Souls 2's insta-kill status effect. After you kill 10 rats, a rat with a mohawk jumps down. This is the actual boss. Kill him immediately and end this garbage fight. Similar to Lud and Zalin, the Twin Dragon Riders are a reskin gang fight. This one happens to be a reskin of one of the first bosses in the game that was already laughably easy and appears as mini-bosses all over the place. The one shooting you from the ledge is at least slightly unique in that it uses a bow, but its health bar is laughable. A joke of a boss that just exists to pad the boss count in Dark Souls 2. It's just a speed bump on the way to the real boss of Drangleic Castle. There's not much to say about this boss. It's a reskin of a reskin, and the original boss is a nerfed version of Vanguard. So this is pretty much the 4th version of this boss in the series. It's an okay fight, which puts it just ahead of Twin Dragon Riders, but come on! If only they had enough time to actually finish the Demon Ruins and Lost Islip, instead of giving us this. The Curse Rod at Greatwood is one of the strangest bosses in the series. This thing is nasty, and I can't stand fighting it. It's a gimmick fight where its weakness is the sacks all over its body. It's not particularly difficult, but it can be annoying to hit these weak spots. The AoE that leaves the corrosive pool around it in particular is really frustrating because it makes you back off for a while and just stand there. The first phase has infinitely spawning normal enemies that can be a nuisance, but fortunately the Greatwood ends up killing most of them for you. In the second phase, it trades the extra enemies for a giant hand coming out of its body. It's got really awkward movements, and combined with its size, it can be hard to see what it's doing most of the time. A boss I would skip if it didn't give the transposing kiln. It's not mechanically the worst fight ever, but I find zero enjoyment from any of it. Yet another bad dragon boss. The dragon bosses in these games are extremely hit or miss. They all seem to be either complete garbage or great. Unlike the Ancient Dragon, which is dreadful for its lazy design and artificial difficulty, the Guardian Dragon is bad because it is absurdly easy. It is immediately demoted to basic enemy status in the next area, which is full of the same dragon copy and pasted. It spends most of the fight in the air, which is obnoxious, but none of its attacks are difficult to dodge, and its damage isn't high enough to be much of a threat this late in the game. This boss feels completely pointless, like a lot of Dark Souls 2 bosses. The One Reborn has a horrifying introduction and a hideous design. These aren't complaints, that's actually the only interesting part about this fight. Actually fighting this monstrosity is a pain. I don't know if it's just me, but this thing has the worst tells in the entire series. I can never tell what it's doing. I'm fighting it and then suddenly I'm getting hit from all sides and I'm dead. It's got the same acid attack the Cursed Rod of Greatwood has, and I hate it just as much here. It's just not a good fight. It has a throwback to the Tower Knight with the Chime Maidens that you have to run up and kill before you start the fight. I don't really know why, but I like this mechanic in the Tower Knight fight, and here it just doesn't work for me. Oh, and this boss has a horrible run back, possibly the worst in the game. It's a cool looking boss, but a poorly designed fight. Leechmonger is another boss that falls into the category of I have absolutely no idea what this boss is doing. I just run at this thing with some turpentine and hope for the best. It's mostly a DPS test. He's a cakewalk if you have high enough damage to kill him fast, but can be annoying as hell if your damage isn't high enough to counter his healing. The one thing I give this boss credit for is the interesting arena. I like how you start above the boss and have to work your way down while dodging its ranged attacks. Typically, I wait till later on in the game to fight it, so I can obliterate it and get out of the Valley of Defilement as fast as possible. Seriously, 5-1 is one of the most difficult levels in the game. I do not want to have to go through it more than one time per playthrough, so I only do it once I'm sure I can take down this boss with little effort. Ceaseless Discharge. What a name for a boss. This fight just kinda sucks. It's another of the 4 garbage bosses in the Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith. His main attack is an arm slam that has a questionable hitbox and does massive damage, but he just leaves it there for you to hit a couple times. He also has a fire attack that I have no idea how to dodge, so I just tank it. If you fight him right after looting the corpse, he'll only do the arm slam and is a ridiculously easy kill in late game. You can also lure him to the entrance of the arena, where you can get him to fall to his death for an easy kill, though I've never actually done this. His lore is kind of interesting, and I like how it affects the beginning of the fight. He is the son of the Witch of Izalith, and was born with swords that endlessly ooze lava, hence the name Ceaseless Discharge. He lives in agony. The only purpose he has in life is to guard the corpse of his sister, which is why he's non-hostile until you show up and loot her corpse. It makes this hideous monstrosity a little more sympathetic than you might expect. Rom is one of the most tedious bosses in the series. She starts the fight with no way to defend herself and spawns a bunch of spiders. They are the main issue with this fight. There are a ton of them and she spawns them 3 times. You could try to rush her down but will likely be overwhelmed by all the spiders. I always take my time to kill each of them and focus on Rom, but these damn spiders are so annoying to kill. Their heads are resistant to damage, so you're trying to get around them while dodging all of Rom's attacks, plus all of the other spiders. And the damage these guys do is way too high for the first new game cycle. The fight is super boring and takes forever, and you can very easily get obliterated by Rom's magic or a spider surprising you for an instant death. In terms of the fight, this is one of my least favorite in the series and could be much lower on the list. The gorgeous arena and the importance of this fight to the story are the only reasons it gets any credit. This is the turning point in the game where it goes from beasts and werewolves to eldritch gods. Rom controls a barrier that prevents normal humans from seeing the true horror of the world. After her death, the game takes a wild turn. We see the lesser amygdalas all over the place. Great ones start impregnating some of the characters we've met. The blood moon appears. We hear Murgo crying everywhere. It's an extremely memorable moment and sets the tone for the rest of the game. It's also worth noting that there is a second version of this fight in the Chalice dungeons, which is even worse than this one. I seem to be the only person in the world that has a difficult time with the Crystal Sage. No matter how many times I've beaten this game, I always struggle with this boss. I can't explain it. I die at least 1 to 3 times on this fight every playthrough, and it's infuriating. I don't get it. In the playthrough for this footage, I beat Gale, Midir, Soul of Cinder, Twin Princes, Pontiff Sulyvahn, and more on my first try, and still found a way to die to this boss 3 times. I hate it. There is no further analysis than that. This boss probably doesn't deserve to be in this spot, but I don't care. I'm trying to be somewhat objective in these rankings, but no, this is my list. Fuck this boss. I hate these guys. The Undead Giants are the first original Chalice dungeon bosses on this list. There are 3 variants of this boss, the worst one being the one with the ball and chain that give it ridiculous reach and damage. I don't really have much to say about these guys. They're filler and extremely forgettable with some annoying fights. They're slightly better than fights against normal enemies like the Brainsucker and Loran's Silverbeast, bosses which I did not even count for this list. You literally kill Loran's Silverbeast guarding the lever to unlock the boss, and the boss is the same enemy. A little off topic, but the Undead Giants are so relevant it's easier to talk about the Chalice dungeons themselves instead of them. The Keeper of the Old Lords is another boring Chalice dungeon boss. It barely even made it on this list as it's basically just a hunter fight. I completely forgot this boss existed until I got to the end of the first floor of the Defiled Chalice and was like, wait, who was the boss for this floor again? The gimmick of the dungeon giving you half health made this fight extremely obnoxious. It gets really difficult to get anywhere near it in the second phase with all the fire attacks. I ended up just shooting her to death at the end. The Dragon Rider is a potential first boss in Dark Souls 2, and as a result is extremely basic. They are recurring enemies though throughout the game, and they horribly represent their lore as elite knights of King Vendrick's royal guard. They supposedly caused chaos on the battlefield with their unparalleled strength, but this guy and all the other Dragon Riders you run into are a complete joke. They're more a threat to themselves than to you. I'm convinced the Covetous Demon is a joke. The way he looks, moves, attacks, the lore, and his incapability to kill you. Everything about this boss makes me think the developers made it as a joke. He is probably the second easiest boss in the series, only ahead of true King Allant. In this footage, I let him hit me for a while to see all his moves, and was shocked to find out he has a grab that unequips all your equipment. That was a pretty unique and interesting mechanic. Not that you'll ever see it unless you intentionally let it happen. Other than that, he doesn't really offer much. He's a punching bag, but at least he's an amusing punching bag. Another Dark Souls 2 boss, another lazy reskin. This one is more justified than most of the others because it's more of a lore boss than anything. It's pretty much identical to the Last Giant, but that makes sense because it is the Last Giant. You go back in time to kill that pushover again in his prime, and he's still a pushover. They somehow made him even less interesting in this fight than the original. I give the Last Giant a slight edge over the Giant Lord. I cut it a little slack for being basic and easy due to it essentially being the tutorial boss. However, I think this is easily the worst tutorial boss in the series. It does a terrible job of teaching you how to play the game. It's too big to really see what it's doing. All you gotta do is stay underneath it so it can't hit you with its arms, roll when it stomps, and keep attacking its ankles. It's extremely bland and forgettable. The only interesting thing it does is rip off one of its arms to use as a weapon, imitating the sword that he used to wield. But this doesn't really change anything about the fight. It likely still can't hit you because it's too big and slow. It's too easy and boring to be much of a memorable fight. The Centipede Demon is my pick for the best of the 4 Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith bosses. That's not really saying much though. The Bed of Chaos is, well, the Bed of Chaos. The Demon Fire Sage is a reskin of a reskin, and Ceaseless Discharge is just a mess. This boss is also just kind of a mess. The fight is really easy. The biggest threat is stepping into the lava, which will kill you insanely fast. Of those 4 bosses, it has by far the most complex and interesting moveset. If you fight it on the bigger piece of land all the way to the right, it's an okay fight. It can be annoying to get there though because of the lava, so I usually just fight it right in front of the entrance. It can be really hard to see what is happening, and I usually just end up rolling and attacking wildly, and it seems to get the job done. Overall, it's a pretty forgettable encounter. The Headless Ape is the first Sekiro boss on this list. This fight stands out to me as being the only one in Sekiro that I don't enjoy at all. It's a copy and paste gang fight, which has consistently done poorly on this list, and this boss is no exception. I give it a little more credit than bosses like the Twin Dragon Riders, because the original fight is pretty good, and the second phase is at least somewhat unique despite reusing a fight. The Guardian Ape has 2 drastically different phases, and the second phase of this fight pits you against both of them at the same time. After the first death blow, it summons a second ape that has the same moveset as the first phase of the original fight. However, it would be a little unbalanced to fight both of those at the same time, so they had to make the second ape rather weak. While both apes are alive, the fight is rather messy. They move around a lot and are relatively large, which can make it a real challenge to keep track of them. Fortunately, it's not too difficult to rush down the second ape with firecrackers and return to a one-on-one battle with the original ape. But at that point, you're just fighting the Guardian Ape's second phase for the 3rd time. One interesting thing about this fight is that it's entirely possible to miss it depending on the order you play the game. On my first playthrough, I did Mibu Village before the Sunken Valley, so I didn't encounter this boss at all, and was shocked when I ran into it on New Game Plus. The Stray Demon is the other copy of the Asylum Demon, but with a few new moves. The Demon Fire Sage is actually a reskin of this fight. The reason I consider this boss to be the first reskin of the Asylum Demon is because of where it is located. This is actually the first boss you will ever see in the game. Right after you leave your cell, you can see and hear him walking around in his arena. Seeing this terrifying beast is memorable, and the fact that you leave the Asylum without facing him hints that you will be able to return later. The fight itself is not very interesting. It's a repeat of the Asylum Demon, but with a couple new magic attacks that are extremely difficult to understand. You're also forced to take fall damage and waste an Estus Flask to start the fight, which I really dislike. It could have been a great fight with that initial setup if it had a more interesting design and moveset, but it really just comes off as the Asylum Demon, but now he can possibly one-shot you with a hard to understand magic attack. The fight that inspired Half-Light. I can't really figure out why, but this boss just kept moving up these rankings. Not because I like it, but because I dislike other bosses more. The Old Monk is a PvP or NPC boss like Half-Light, but at least it's a one-on-one duel and the cutscene and arena are pretty cool. I'm trying to figure out why I don't dislike this fight as much as Half-Light, and I think it has to do with the game it's in. Demon's Souls is very experimental with its bosses. Most of them have a central gimmick that the fight is based around, so this boss just fits into the game better. Half-Light feels completely unnecessary, but this one makes more sense. It's still not a great boss, but not one I hate playing through unlike Half-Light. It was creative at the time, but at the end of the day, it's still just a PvP fight, so I can't place it any higher on a boss list. I'm just gonna add this on to the end of this segment. I love how the homing soul arrow looks and sounds in the original game. This is one of the most unique bosses in the series, but unfortunately, I think it's also kind of terrible. The first phase of the fight has you dodging respawning skeletons and the chariot, until you kill the two necromancers and pull the lever to lower the gate. After that, the chariot crashes into the gate and the only thing that's left is the horse. The first phase is really unique, but can be extremely frustrating. It's really easy to get trapped by the skeletons if you try to hide from the chariot, and it can be difficult to roll through the chariot because of how Dark Souls 2's rolling works. The second phase is extremely lackluster and easy, and feels more like a standard enemy. It's made worse by the absolutely awful runback. This was the boss I died to most in my playthrough of the entire series, and I got so angry making it back. I did it so many times that eventually all the enemies stopped spawning. This is probably a boss that a lot of people like for how unique it is, but with the awful runback, generic and easy second phase, and how frustrating the first phase is, I can't rank it any higher than this. The Skeleton Lords are a group of skeletons disguised as a boss, but it's a little more interesting than something like the Prowling Magus and Congregation. The one cool thing about this fight is that you control the pace of it. Instead of fighting the 3 different groups of skeletons the second you enter the room, you pick a lord to kill and then a group of skeletons spawn based on which one you killed. This lets you pick the order of the groups you fight. The only threat in this fight is being overwhelmed, but if you pick off the lords one at a time and finish off their skeletons, then it's really easy. The arena also has pillars to break up aggro and block range attacks from the lords, which is very much appreciated. Overall, it's okay, I guess. Not special or memorable in any way, but at least it's not the Prowling Magus or the Belfry Gargoyles. The Old Iron King is basically Ceaseless Discharge again, with a more generic design and a slightly better fight. All he does is some easy to dodge fire attacks and an arm slam where he's vulnerable for a few seconds. It's very easy and lackluster, but is an improvement over Ceaseless Discharge. The only real threat is falling into lava, but just be careful and you'll be fine. He is one of the beings in possession of Great Souls, which are seemingly connected to the Lord Souls from the first game. The Old Iron King seems to have inherited the soul of Gwyn, which makes this fight all the more disappointing. I really can't stand this boss. In my first playthrough, I ran into Parl early after getting killed by a Snatcher. I fought him for like an hour and wasted all my blood vials multiple times. It was a terrible experience. Later I returned and beat him in like 10 seconds. I can't seem to figure this guy out at all. He's usually either way too easy or way too hard. For the positives, I think he looks really cool, but that's about it. He's very large and way too fast. It's a nightmare to keep track of him with how much he jumps around and how fast he is. I've gotten better at this fight over time, but I just really don't enjoy it. And then there's the Loran Dark Beast version. It's an identical fight but scaled for late game. I'm not judging Parl based on this version, but it's a lazy and frustrating reskin with endgame stats as the reward for the long and tedious journey through the ailing Loran Chalice dungeons. It's not a boss I ever look forward to. I just kill him out of obligation. Wolnir isn't a particularly good or bad fight, just very mediocre. He's a cool looking skeleton, but the fight has very little threat. His body is basically invulnerable, so it's painfully obvious that his giant glowing golden bracelets are his weakness. They can be a nuisance to hit. Sometimes he'll leave them there for you to hit a bunch of times. Other times he'll keep his arm back in his poison vape cloud so you can't touch them. Sometimes he'll spam attacks that take his arm out of range. It's more annoying and tedious than challenging. Rather similar to the Curse-Rod Greatwood now that I think about it. Wolnir finds himself in a difficult spot, being like the 4th change of pace boss in the early game, and being sandwiched between 2 of the best bosses in the game. He makes you wish you were fighting a more traditional boss. If this boss was to be removed entirely, I don't think it would really change the game much at all, for better or worse. I wanted to rank this boss closer to the bottom initially, because it really is just a couple of wolves, an NPC, and a mini-boss wolf. It's hard for me to say it's a well-designed or creative fight, but there's something entertaining to me about how insane the Great Wolf's movements are. Plus the fight being right under the arena for Priscilla is a nice touch. I think it's a lazy excuse for a boss, especially for a DLC that only has 2 bosses, but I get some enjoyment out of it, so it escapes being further down the list. Throne Watcher and Defender is the last attempt by Dark Souls 2 to make a memorable gang fight like the legendary Ornstein and Smough battle, but it fails miserably. They have boring designs, the arena is not designed for this fight at all, and their movesets do not complement each other well enough to make the fight work. They tried to emulate the big, slow enemy and the smaller, more agile enemy, but they really just feel about the same. The biggest problem with this fight is that the arena lacks any cover you can use to split them up. It can sometimes be extremely difficult to get any separation between the 2 of them. They are also capable of reviving each other if you don't kill both of them fast enough, which can very easily get you stuck in an infinite loop of killing one and then the other gets revived at full health. They have minimal lore, as far as I can tell, which is really strange for basically the first phase of the final boss. It makes me question why they exist at all. The Witch of Hemwick is the easiest boss in Bloodborne. There are actually 2 witches, and you can damage both, but the second one's health bar doesn't appear until the first witch is dead. They are pretty much defenseless. They summon mad ones that they rely on to defend them, but they can easily be killed or ignored. The witches are invisible until you get close, which makes the fight take a little longer than it otherwise would, as you run around looking for them. There is very little memorable about this fight, but it's a nice break from all the terrifying beasts you've been fighting, and they reward you with the Rune Workshop tool. Outside of their relatable name and the cool visuals of the meteor attack, there isn't much to the Living Failures. After all the talk about Lady Maria in the research hall, you are expecting her to be the boss, but then you walk in and it's a group of patients that are a little closer to becoming great ones. They do a ton of damage and take way too long to kill, but they aren't very difficult or memorable. As the name implies, they seem to be failed attempts at creating an artificial great one, like the Celestial Emissary. The Taurus Demon is a perfectly fine boss. As is the case with a lot of bosses in this range, the boss is decent enough but unremarkable. I like that it encourages you to explore the arena and rewards you with a plunging attack, but that's all that is notable about this boss. Also, he can kill himself, which I discovered on my first ever attempt. Like the Capra Demon, he comes back way later in the Demon Ruins, and there are like a million of them, which makes you feel like you've come a long way as you mow them down. Vendrick is an extremely important character in Dark Souls 2. The entire game, people are telling you to go find Vendrick, and then when you finally find him, he's just a hollow. I really like the moment where he's introduced. You walk up to him and he ignores your existence, and sad music kicks in. Vendrick came close to linking the fire, but decided against it. He also rejected the idea of allowing the Age of Man to come, and sought out another path. He would fail at this, and after discovering that his wife Nashandra was a fragment of Manus seeking the power of the Great Soul and the First Flame, he separated himself from his soul and hid it away. He then went into exile at the Undead Crypt along with his trusted knights and the ring that granted access to the Throne of Want. There, he became hollow. When you arrive, he is walking aimlessly around the room and doesn't even notice that you're there. The fight won't actually start unless you hit him a bunch of times, where finally his sense of self-preservation kicks in and he fights back. So why is such an important character with a great introduction and interesting lore so low on this list? The answer is that the fight itself sucks. He has absurdly high base defense unless you obtain up to 5 giant souls to weaken him. He starts off with 32 times his base defense, and it is reduced by half for each giant soul you find, 2 of which require you to kill the Ancient Dragon and the Giant Lord. Once you do all that to make him actually fightable, the fight still takes forever and has an extremely boring moveset that does way too much damage. The moveset makes sense given that he's just a hollow swinging his sword wildly, but why does he have so much health and damage? The fight isn't engaging at all and is just really boring. It's very easy to lose focus and get one-shot or comboed and die immediately. I like the idea that you don't even need to kill him. He's just minding his own business, and you can let him live on or put an end to his sad existence. I would like to leave him alive, but if you want to fight the true final boss of the game, Vendrick must die. I really like the cutscene and design of this boss. Unfortunately, it doesn't offer much more than that. The Gaping Dragon is a distant, corrupted relative of the Everlasting Dragons. It is the last of its race, as far as it knows, and will do whatever it takes to survive. It's a dragon warped by emotion and desire, things that the Everlasting Dragons never had and could never understand. As for the actual fight, this boss is really unremarkable. It primarily uses its charge attack, which is laughably easy to walk out of the way of. It's not a terrible boss, but it's nothing special. The Celestial Emissary is a lot like the Royal Rat Vanguard, but with more interesting and unique enemies, a second phase, and actual lore. There is almost no challenge here, but it is pretty fun just smacking the Blue Man group around. The Celestial Emissary is a great one, created through experimentation by the Healing Church. There is only one Celestial Emissary, which is the one you must attack. The others are celestial minions that fall into the category of kin rather than great ones. The Living Failures were an early, failed attempt at creating these guys. The blue variant of the Smelter Demon is a tough boss to rank. It's an optional DLC boss with a horrible boss run, and it's a reskin of the Smelter Demon, with magic instead of fire. The Iron Passage is one of those horrific DLC areas like the Cave of the Dead. This one has a mage that puts a slowing spell on you. There is an alternate path you can take, but it's really not worth it because it's probably more difficult and takes longer than the normal path. The fact that this is a reskin should have it very low on this list, but I quite like the original Smelter Demon fight, and this fight is mostly the same, so I have to give it some credit. It has some changes by being able to vary the timing of some of its attacks. Other than that though, it's a reskin of a base game boss in a paid DLC, so it's hard to rank it any higher than this. I really don't know what to say about this boss. It's gross, really easy, and doesn't stand out to me much at all. It's another disappointing Great Soul boss fight, as the successor to Gravelord Nito. In his cutscene, he appears to be making, or at least taking care of, the horrible poison statues all over the Black Gulch. You can cut off its arms, and it uses some of Nito's attacks, but that's about all that is interesting here. The Pthumerian Descendant is stupidly fast. He spams you with light attacks that can kill you crazy fast and throws his swords through walls to hit you. He's weak to parries, like most humanoid bosses in Bloodborne, which make him a little easier, but this guy is so obnoxious to fight. Lore-wise, he is one of the last survivors of the Pthumerian civilization that built the Chalice dungeons. Not the worst designed boss or anything, but it's just not enjoyable. Scorpioness Nashka is by no means a bad boss. I think she's a decent fight, but she's just so damn forgettable. If I think of bosses in Dark Souls 2, she's just about the last boss that comes to mind. She's a knockoff Quelaag, but just so much less interesting. She doesn't pose much of a challenge either. She has the one attack where she hides in the sand and attacks you from below, but there is an obvious safe spot that makes this attack pointless. She's about as mediocre as it gets. This is probably a very questionable placement and might be me overreacting a little, but let's go with it. Pinwheel is a laughingstock for being ridiculously easy. Most players will kill him before they even know what's happening. I'd often heard that he is actually a challenge if you fight him early, but I never tried it, so I decided to test this theory. I started a new playthrough, killed the Asylum Demon, and booked it through the catacombs. Got killed by Bone Wheels like 10 times, and then finally arrived at Pinwheel. So did he end up being challenging this early in the game? No, not really. Especially not compared to how difficult the enemies are on the way here. The Bone Wheels and the skeletons were brutal at this point. Pinwheel may not have ended up being much of a challenge, but I discovered how fun the fight can actually be if it doesn't end immediately. The clones are a pretty decent mechanic, and towards the end of the fight he spawned like 8 or so of them at once, which was really exciting, and made me panic for a moment, looking for the real one. So it's not so true that he's any challenging, but he's a pretty interesting fight. That's cool and all, but unfortunately no one in their right mind will ever fight this boss early enough to make it enjoyable. I would recommend giving it a shot if you are at all interested though. It was a nightmare to get there, and I don't really want to deal with getting out, but it was an interesting thing to try. It felt like fighting an entirely new boss in a game I've played many, many times. I've always thought he was an interesting looking boss with an interesting theme, and in my effort to learn more about him for these rankings, I did a lot of research and thinking about his lore. Not much is known about Pinwheel. There's only one line about him in the entire game. It is stated in the item descriptions of the masks of the father, mother, and child that he stole power from Gravelord Nito. We don't know what exactly this power is, but given all the necromancy in the catacombs, and whatever he's doing with the skeletons in his room, my guess would be it has something to do with that. Pinwheel wears 3 masks, the father, mother, and child, that seem to act independently, and he also has 6 arms. This seems to imply that Pinwheel is a fusion of 3 members of a family. In his theme, you can hear whispering. It's impossible to know for sure if anything relevant is being said. But to some, it sounds like they're saying, "I'm so sorry, it's all your fault, and help me." Putting all this together, you can guess that the father stole some power related to necromancy from Nito, in an attempt to resurrect his dead wife and child. But things went horribly wrong. The end result was the 3 of them being fused into one being. His ability to clone himself can be seen as an attempt to split himself back into the 3 people he once was. None of this is proven conclusively anywhere in game, and the whispering might be a bit of a reach, but it is a reasonable conclusion given the evidence. Anyway, where I'm going with all of this is that even though this boss is a joke for most players, there is a lot more to him than people give him credit for. It's hard to rank him any higher than this because of how laughably easy he is for most players, but I think there is a really good story and fight hidden here. It's just a missed opportunity. The folding screen monkeys are the truest example of a puzzle boss. There's a monk that you can talk to and he tells you about each of the monkeys and what their weakness is. You can then try to trap them into a situation where you exploit their weakness and kill them. Or at least that's what you're supposed to do. I somehow didn't notice the monk my first playthrough, and spent 10 minutes running after the monkeys aimlessly until I finally got them all. I ended up noticing him after I killed 2 of the monkeys, but by that point there were other ones chasing me and I couldn't get enough time to talk to him. It's one of the most unique fights in the series, and one that I appreciate. It's a nice change of pace and takes advantage of features unique to Sekiro. It's not much of a boss fight though, so I hesitate to put it any higher than this. I don't really understand why this boss exists. It's a cool moment the first time you see him because it's Ornstein, and Ornstein is awesome, but he serves no real purpose in this game. I have no idea what he's doing here, and he's doing a very poor job of slaying dragons, considering there's one guarding the entrance to the cathedral. I remember thinking that Ornstein and Smough wouldn't be too tough without their partner, which is why the second phase of that fight gave the last one standing a substantial buff. especially Super Ornstein, who is way harder than his base form or either version of Smough. On his own in his base form, he's a total pushover, and this fight proves that. The only value it has is a little bit of nostalgia seeing Ornstein back, but that quickly fades when you kill him easily. The Dirty Colossus is pretty easy and not super interesting, but I get a good amount of enjoyment out of him. I like that he has armor that you can break off, and the torch mechanic to get rid of the flies is pretty cool. I always find myself enjoying this fight more than I expect. He's just entertaining to me. It's not very tough or memorable, but I think he's a big step up from Leechmonger and is a fitting end to the horrors of 5-2. The Corrupted Monk is a decent fight. On my first playthrough, I inexplicably had the hardest time with this boss. It was the second hardest fight in the game for me behind Isshin, and is still one I struggle with. I'm not really sure why. It's the Crystal Sage of Sekiro for me. It always manages to trip me up a few times in a way that the other much harder bosses, and even the second version of this boss, don't. While getting footage for this video, I died to this boss more than any other in Sekiro. I don't think there's anything really wrong with this fight, but it's a little lackluster and not one I really enjoy. And I think the later version of it is much better. To be completely honest, I have very little experience with this boss, and don't have much to say. I fought the normal version once and the headless version twice, and I've never been killed by him. I also had almost no idea what was happening. He's absolutely massive, probably too big. I ran at him and attacked wildly until he died, and it seemed to get the job done. No idea what really happened in my fights with him. He's failed to make much of an impression on me for better or worse, but I lean towards this boss being in the slightly below average, but not bad range. This boss is probably going to be way too high for most people. Truthfully, this fight is pretty annoying. You just stand there and have to wait for the butterfly to land to get any damage in, but I actually don't hate this fight. I quite like the arena, music, and the design of the butterfly. Unlike everything you've fought so far, this is a majestic creature that's only attacking you because you invaded its home. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. They are not natural creatures. They were actually created by Seath the Scaleless, and could be the remains of women that he kidnapped and experimented on. The fight is not much of a challenge, but it's not trying to be. It's likely one of the first times you will deal with magic in the game, and it teaches you the best way to deal with it is to dodge, since it pierces shields. I find this fight kind of relaxing, and to be a nice change of pace in the brutal, miserable world of Dark Souls.
Might.
ああ、しまいとしよう。
Genichiro Way of Tomoe is the first phase of the final boss, and as a result is a bit of a pushover. He's more there for story purposes, and to show how far you've come. He's still mostly the same as the other two fights against him, and your level of skill can be shown in the cutscenes as well as the fight. The first time you run into him, Sekiro hesitates a bit before drawing his sword, and you promptly get destroyed in the fight and lose your arm. The second time, Sekiro is more confident, and you are fighting on a more even playing field. You'll struggle, but eventually come out on top. In the final fight, Sekiro draws his sword extremely fast, and you destroy Genichiro. He's no longer a threat. It shows both how far you have come as a player and how far Sekiro has come as a character. For those reasons, I quite like this boss. It's just not super interesting as a fight since it's the third time you faced him, and he quickly becomes annoying when you're dying over and over to the boss that comes immediately after him. Aldrich is one of the 4 Lords of Cinder, and I think he's the worst of the 4. He's a lore-heavy character. His Devourer of Gods title refers to him devouring Gwendolyn, and possibly even Priscilla, since his soul gives you life on sight, a miracle that gives you the weapon wielded by her in Dark Souls 1. The fight is similar to Gwendolyn in a lot of ways, with Aldrich primarily using magic and teleporting around the arena. Like most magic bosses in these games, this is a fight I have yet to master, and was the second most difficult for me in this Dark Souls 3 run, only behind the Crystal Sage. I do think this is a pretty good fight though. The homing arrow attack in the second phase is probably the scariest and most deadly attack in the entire series. If you do not run away, you will get obliterated by it. Aldrich gets some bonus points for having a theme based on Gwendolyn's theme, having Gwendolyn's body, residing in Anor Londo, and being fought in the same arena as Ornstein and Smough. The mediocre bosses of Dark Souls 2 are extremely difficult to rank. There's just so many bosses in this game and it's hard to figure out how I feel about a lot of them. The Demon of Song has such a bizarre design and a pretty uninteresting moveset, but for some reason I find myself liking this boss more than most of the others in the game. It's a gross demonic frog with a skull face and arms coming out of the same place as the head. It's really uncomfortable to look at. It's also in one of the most awful areas in the series. The Shrine of Amana is a nightmare to go through. It's pretty though, and there's pleasant singing you hear throughout the area. The Milfinitos sing to comfort you and guide you through the area. When you approach the second source of the singing, however, you discover this boss. It's been mimicking the singing of the Milfinito to lure you in. It hides its face and arms until you approach it, where it tries to grab you and eat you. It's one of the more unique and unsettling bosses in Dark Souls 2, but is let down by a very lackluster fight. The Blood-Starved Beast is not a boss I'm very fond of, especially once it starts to poison you in the second and third phases. It's a decent fight and can be very fun when both you and the boss are being aggressive and charging at each other. I just really can't stand the poison mechanic. At around 2/3 health, its attacks start to apply poison, and at around 1/3 health, it gains a poison aura around it. You likely don't have many antidotes at this point, so you have to play it safe by getting a few hits in and waiting for your poison buildup to go down, or by rushing it and hoping you kill it before the poison kills you. It destroys the pace of the fight and makes an otherwise enjoyable fight really annoying. The Deacons of the Deep are another puzzle fight in Dark Souls 3, but I like this one a lot more than the others that have already been discussed. The fight isn't super hard to figure out and is very easy, but it's super satisfying. I get a lot of enjoyment out of cutting through this horde of deacons. My preferred playstyle is a strength build, and mowing these guys down with an ultra greatsword is extremely satisfying. They are deacons of the church that Aldrich created, and guard his now empty coffin, as well as the doll that allows you to enter the barriers surrounding Irithyll. I don't think this is many people's favorite boss, but it's one that I at least enjoy going through. Nashandra was brought up when talking about Vendrick, but I left most of her story for now. She was the final boss of the game at launch, with an optional final boss added later. As a final boss, her fight is extremely disappointing. She mostly stands still, doesn't have many attacks, and is generally pretty easy. She is elevated to this position by her importance to the story. You first encounter her at Drangleic Castle, where she tells you about how Vendrick failed to be a true monarch, and encourages you to seek him out, put an end to him, and take his place. Nashandra's true identity is a fragment of Manus. After his death, he split into many fragments. Nashandra was the smallest of these fragments, and the first to gain consciousness. Sensing her fragility, she sought power.
My dear Chandra was one such fragment. A feeble, tiny thing that thirsted for power more than any other. Driven by insatiable lust for a worthy vessel.
She seduced Vendrick and convinced him to go to war with the Giants to steal their power. But this was not enough for her. She began to plot to take the First Flame and Vendrick's great soul for herself. At some point, Vendrick learned of her true nature and goals, and realized that she must be stopped. At the height of his power, and his kingdom in a brutal war with the Giants, he disappeared. He tried to find another solution besides lighting the flame, or embracing the dark, but would run out of time. He was hollowing, and he knew it. His final acts were to ensure that Nashandra would not get what she wanted. He separated himself from his soul and hid it away in a place that could only be found by a human. Her plans were ruined since she could no longer use Vendrick to achieve her goals. This continued until you came along. She pushes you to claim Vendrick's power for yourself and achieve what he could not. She wants you to open the path to the First Flame and claim your power for herself, but in the process of becoming a person worthy enough of being a true monarch, you gain the strength to defeat Nashandra and put an end to her desire. The first time I played Demon Souls, I hated the Fool's Idol. I was using a melee-only build and kept getting caught in the traps over and over, and barely survived at the cost of all my grass. And then the boss got revived, which was demoralizing, as I just used all my healing to barely squeak out a victory, just to have it stolen from me at the last moment. After doing a little exploring, I found the guy above the boss that infinitely revives it and immediately murdered him. Then I went back and killed the boss. It sucked, but I kind of appreciate this now. It's a unique mechanic that makes this fight extra memorable if you had the same experience I did. If you have any ranged attacks to kill the clones from a distance, I actually find the fight to be relatively fun. I think this is one of the better ranged bosses in the series. Vanguard is the first boss to appear in the entire series, and you are supposed to die. Fitting for these games. The fight is super simple, with Vanguard only having a few attacks, but its high damage, your limited gear, and the fact that you only get one chance to take him down makes him a surprising challenge. It's a fun optional challenge for veteran players, and a good introduction to what the game is like for newcomers. The game also gives you a big reward if you take him down. You are given some healing items and upgrade materials, as well as a special cutscene involving the Dragon God. I think the Iron Golem fight is really cool conceptually, but not that great mechanically. Fighting a giant golem at the top of Sen's Fortress is just an awesome idea. Unfortunately, the fight doesn't really live up to the concept. Its placement as the final test of Sen's Fortress, and being a bridge between two of the best and most iconic areas in the entire series, make me think of this boss a little more fondly than I probably should. At the very least, he's a nice break after the grueling journey through Sen's Fortress, and a nice punching bag for Black Iron Tarkus. While not technically the first boss of Demon Souls, Phalanx is intended to be the first boss in the series that you defeat. As a result, it's relatively easy, though enjoyable. The boss itself is defenseless, and relies on the hoplites to guard it. They can overwhelm you if you fight them head on, so the best strategy is to use the pillars for cover, and throw firebombs to kill off a chunk of the hoplites. It's pretty simple to take down the boss from there. Before becoming Phalanx, she was a human known as Longbow Ulan, a knight of the Round Table of Balataria. She fought with a bow from a distance, hiding behind her legion shields, just as she does in her demon form. The Moon Presence is the optional final boss of Bloodborne, and is another lore boss. The Moon Presence looks awesome and the cutscene is incredible, but the fight is once again lackluster. There's one unique attack this boss has, which is unavoidable and leaves you with 1 HP, but the boss has a long recovery after this attack that lets you heal back up, either by attacking or using blood vials. Other than that, it's a pretty standard beast fight with a cool design and gorgeous arena. The Moon Presence is responsible for most of the events of the game. It's a great one. Powerful, godlike beings that we cannot understand. For an unknown reason, the Moon Presence created the Hunter's Dream and enslaved Gehrman to forever guide hunters through it and accomplish its goals. Whatever the reason behind its actions, it has trapped you into a dream where you will die over and over until you kill Murgo's wet nurse, either killing or freeing Murgo from the nightmare. Once your work is done, Gehrman will kill you and set you free back into the waking world. If you choose to fight Gehrman and defeat him, then the Moon Presence descends and tries to enslave you to take his place. If you've eaten some Great One umbilical cords along the way, then you are now on the verge of ascending to a Great One yourself, and can fight the Moon Presence on an even playing field. And once you defeat it, you become a Great One yourself.
Are you cold? Oh, good hunter.
I generally can't stand bosses that have a bunch of smaller enemies with them, but this boss is an exception. You learn pretty quickly in the spider-infested rooms before this that a torch scares them away from you, and that also applies to this fight. You have the option of taking on the boss and its minions at your full strength, or you can sacrifice your shield or two-handing ability for a torch to keep the minions away. Freya herself is a solid boss. It's a little easy, but the double-sided design is cool both visually and in gameplay terms. I really like that you can bait out long attacks like the laser from one head and run around to attack the defenseless head. I don't have any footage of it, but on New Game Plus, Freya fights you on the cliff before the prowling Magus, which is a cool surprise. I just found out during this playthrough that if you hit one of the heads enough times, it'll fall off, making it so you can only do damage to the other side. Freya is a keeper of a great soul, but does not possess it herself, unlike the other 3 main bosses. This is why you have to pick it up after the fight, and do not get it immediately upon her defeat. This great soul is the remnants of Seath the Scaleless, and seems to have turned Freya into this monstrous form when she was once a reasonably sized spider, as indicated by the broken cage near Duke Sildora. The Flexile Sentry is pretty damn easy, but it's a cool fight nonetheless. The double-sided design stands out, and both sides have different movesets. The coolest thing about this fight is the arena. You fight it below deck on a pirate ship, with the water level rising throughout the fight. The water doesn't really affect the fight too much, but it adds an extra threat that encourages you to fight aggressively to take down the boss quickly. On New Game Plus, they add some random enemies into the fight, which is a shitty addition and makes it feel closer to something like the Capra Demon. If it had a little more health, so the rising water actually mattered, this fight could have been a lot more interesting. There's nothing special about Mytha herself, but I always seem to enjoy this fight a good amount. It's straightforward and decently fun, and I really like how the poison affects the fight. You are limited to the center portion of the arena, and always have to position yourself to keep Mytha out of the poison since it heals her. It adds a lot to an otherwise simple fight. Of course, this is only if you burn the windmill, which I have no idea how anyone would ever figure out. If you go in without lighting the windmill, then the entire arena is covered in poison, giving her a constant heal while you take constant damage. My first time fighting this boss, I didn't know about the windmill. I knew there had to be some way to get rid of the poison, but couldn't figure it out and had to look it up. Anyone that knows about it will do it without even thinking, but it's a baffling way to change the boss arena that most players will probably have to look up or just deal with the poison and have a bad time. Yharnam is a really cool and unique boss that is nearly ruined by the ridiculous journey to get to her. This fight could have been really good if it was better scaled for late game, and if the Chalice dungeons didn't suck so much. You have to go through at least 6 other Chalice dungeons just to get the Chalice you need to find her, including the brutally challenging Defiled Chalice dungeon. She ends up being easy in comparison to what you had to face to get to her, and is an anticlimactic end to the Chalice dungeons. I never want to go through the process of getting to this boss ever again. But like I said at the beginning of this segment, this boss is actually really interesting. She's a ranged boss with a large moveset, the ability to clone herself, and defense at close range through Murgo's crying. When you get close to her, Murgo starts to cry and will stun you. This keeps you from rushing her down and killing her quickly. I initially found this annoying because it's hard to figure out what exactly is happening and how to avoid it. But bosses like Pinwheel show that these kinds of bosses need some way to defend themselves at close range. This ends up being an effective means of defense while also not punishing you too much. Most of the time you are able to escape before Yharnam follows up with an attack, which prevents it from being too frustrating. As her name suggests, she was the queen of the Pthumerian civilization, and the city where the game takes place was named after her. She is the mother of the infant Great One Murgo. She first appears after killing Rom, when you begin to hear Murgo crying, and is later seen standing outside of the entrance to Murgo's wet nurse in the Nightmare of Mensis. After you defeat the wet nurse, she thanks you for freeing Murgo from the nightmare and disappears. Seath the Scaleless is one of the beings in possession of Lord Souls needed to access the kiln of the First Flame. He is a dragon that was born without the scales that granted immortality to his species. He was envious of the other members of his race and betrayed their secrets to the Lords, leading to the near extinction of dragons. As a reward, Gwyn granted him dukedom, a shard of his own soul, and permission to build a grand archive, where he could research the immortality that he so desperately craved. In his obsessive pursuit of immortality, he started to go mad. He eventually succeeded when he discovered the primordial crystal that granted him immortality. With the discovery of the crystal, he secluded himself in his archives, growing more and more paranoid that the outside world would try to steal the secrets of his immortality. He would send channelers out into the world to kidnap maidens and undead to be used for his experiments. He is known as the grandfather of sorcery, creating many spells during his experiments. He also created various creatures, such as moonlight butterflies. In your first encounter with Seath, he is unkillable. He quickly kills you and imprisons you, likely to use you for experiments later. After breaking out of the prison and exploring the crystal caves, you come across the primordial crystal. He arrives to defend it. By destroying the crystal, you sever his immortality and can actually fight him. The fight with Seath is a little disappointing, but it's not bad. He uses crystal sorcery that also applies curse. If you stick close to him, most of his attacks will miss. You just have to watch out for his AoE and run when it starts charging up. You can get the iconic Moonlight Greatsword by cutting off his middle tail, which makes the fight far more challenging, but is a great reward. The Shadows of Yharnam is a pretty good boss with 3 enemies. The arena is large enough and has obstacles you can use to separate the shadows, which is a necessity for a fight like this. All 3 of the shadows are distinct. One uses a sword, another has a sword and a candle it uses like a flamethrower, and the last one throws fireballs. You can lure the melee one close and parry him, while keeping the pillars between you and the ranged shadow. You could also use the aggressiveness of the 2 melee shadows to separate the fireball one. This is a far more balanced fight than the Gang Squad or Throne Watcher and Defender. When they reach certain health thresholds, they gain new abilities, with the last one being an attack where giant snakes are spawned all over the arena, doing massive damage. This attack is very tough to dodge, and can one-shot you if your health isn't high enough, so you should try to damage whichever shadow you leave for last as much as you can before killing the other 2. Minimizing the opportunities for them to use this attack is a must. Gyobu was likely the first boss you face in Sekiro, unless you're like me and fought Lady Butterfly first. Gyobu has a very memorable entrance and arena, and is just plain cool, sitting atop his massive horse in full armor with a giant spear. He's one of the most mobile bosses in the series, riding his horse all over the arena. It encourages you to chase him and grapple towards him so you can keep out the pressure and keep his posture bar up. It makes for a very enjoyable early game fight and a great first impression. The Pthumerian Elder is my second favorite Chalice Dungeon exclusive boss. He's got a ton of different moves and a really cool weapon. He can turn his staff into a spear, crossbow, sickle, scythe, lance, and morning star for various attacks. He's a very solid fight and can be quite a challenge. In my first playthrough, I gave up on the Chalice Dungeons when I got to him. I'm glad that I made it that far though, because remembering I had never beaten him gave me the motivation I needed to finally go back and finish the Chalice Dungeons later. His staff is one of the coolest weapons in the series and could be the inspiration for the trick weapons Gehrman created. He's a very unique boss and one of the few bright spots in the Chalice Dungeons. Vort is the second boss in Dark Souls 3, and as a result is pretty simple. It's very easy to get underneath him, and he can't really do much about it. He's a lot of fun to fight though. His first phase is pretty standard, but when you get him to around half health, he just goes insane. He starts charging at you over and over, and the music is going nuts. It's way too over the top for such an easy fight, but I just love it. The speed of that second phase completely caught me off guard the first time, and combined with the insane theme makes this boss a blast and very memorable. Even though he's super easy, you can't not have fun with him for the minute or two you're fighting him.
Old friend. I, Siegward of the Knights of Catarina, have come to uphold my promise. Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
Yorm the Giant is just short of being an incredible boss, and for a lot of people, he's extremely disappointing. He's got everything you look for in a boss. Good story, great theme, and he looks awesome. It's just that he's not really a fight. He's one of the Lords of Cinder, and the game hypes him up, but he just turns out to be a gimmick boss. He could have been so much more. I still like this boss a lot though for what he is. He's a throwback to Demon Souls, but with the added challenge of being more aggressive, and you have to charge the Storm Ruler to use its special attack. This fight is also the conclusion of Sigurd's questline, and fighting together with Sigurd is an awesome moment. Unfortunately, he can die pretty easily, and then you're left fighting a buff Diorm alone. Not that he's very hard. He's a fun throwback, as well as an exciting boss in his own right, and I always look forward to facing him. It's just a shame that he had the potential to be even more. As the name implies, the true monk is the real form of the corrupted monk fought earlier in the game. Unlike the first version of this boss that only has one death blow, the true monk has 3. The first phase is very similar to that fight, but now that there is more than one death blow, the monk has less posture, which makes it far more fair and enjoyable. After the first death blow, she creates illusions that will attack you. This phase can be skipped entirely by climbing up on the trees and using a plunging death blow. The final phase of the fight introduces a couple of new attacks, including one that inflicts terror, which ramps up the difficulty well for the end of the fight. This fight takes the foundation of the corrupted monk and adds multiple phases and new attacks. It's the first example of a reused boss that really builds upon and improves the boss that came before it to become its own unique fight. It also has one of the most gorgeous boss arenas in the series. I cannot believe that this boss came in this high. Adjudicator is one of the easiest bosses in the series, and he really isn't all that interesting, but I love him. I don't really know how to justify this placement. He's just so goofy and enjoyable that I can't help but love him. The original music is just perfect for this fight too. Like Leechmonger, he has an interesting arena where you start above him. This lets you fight him from above if you want, where he'll attack with his extremely long tongue and break the floor. Starting above him also lets you get a good look at the bird on his head, which is the part you actually need to damage. When you get up close to him, his attacks are pathetic. The windup is laughably long and gives you plenty of time to just walk away. You can't do any damage to him directly, but you'll notice a blade sticking out of him. Push that back into his wound and he'll fall down, letting you attack the bird controlling him. It's a joke in terms of challenge, but it's a fun fight nonetheless. Cleric Beast is the first boss in Bloodborne for most players, and it's a pretty solid fight. It suffers from being a little too large for its arena, which often gets you stuck and makes the camera difficult to control, but it's got a great theme and the iconic screech that helps to make it very memorable. It's a good introduction to all the large beast bosses you'll face without being too overwhelming. I would argue that this boss is a little too weak. I've never bothered to learn its attacks well, because its damage output isn't really high enough to be much of a threat. If it did a little more damage to force you to use the rally mechanic, I think it could have been a great way to teach players to fight more aggressively. Instead, it's very easy to get by just spamming blood vials.
Ashina. フクロウのせがれよ。
お蝶殿。言ってください。
そなたは
なすべきことをなすのです。
わかりました。さて、やろうか。せがれ殿。
Lady Butterfly was the first boss on this list that I ever fought, and she kicked my ass for hours. She has quick attacks, long combos, and jumps all over the place. It's a super satisfying fight once you get it down, and it forced me to learn how to deflect properly. She is very susceptible to being cheesed, but if you fight her normally, it's an exciting battle. In the second phase, she has added projectiles as well as illusions she occasionally spawns. She's one of the mentors that trained Sekiro, or Wolf if you prefer that name, to be a shinobi, and later attacked Harada Estate along with Owl, most likely looking to take the Divine Heir's power of immortality for herself. When you defeat her, she acknowledges your growth. The Ruined Sentinels are one of the few good gang fights in Dark Souls 2. There are 3 of them, but only one attacks you immediately when you enter the arena. This gives you a chance to see one of them alone and learn the fight before you jump down and fight 2 at once. You have limited space to fight the first sentinel, since falling will aggro the other two. This forces you to be careful to take out the first one or risk fighting all three at once. Fighting multiple of them at once can be kind of tricky, but you can bait out attacks with long recovery times and focus on another one. They're not super interesting to look at and don't have much lore, but it's a really solid fight that can be a tough early game challenge. The Lost Sinner is a pretty simple duel, but enjoyable nonetheless. There's nothing all that special here, but the arena does have a gimmick I like. The room is dark, but can be lit up using a torch by lighting the oil in the two rooms before the fight. I usually don't bother with it though, because I actually like fighting in the dark. In the dark room, it is harder to see what she is doing, and you can't lock on until she's close. It adds a little extra challenge and uniqueness to a pretty standard duel. She likes to move around a lot, and can close gaps quickly, which when combined with the darkness obscuring her movements, makes it harder to find healing windows and avoid attacks. This would be annoying for a lot of bosses, but I think it works really well in this case. She has a pretty limited moveset and uses the darkness to compensate for it in a fun way. There's not much lore for her. She inherited the Witch of Izalith's soul and locked herself up in the Bastille for some vague sin she committed. On New Game Plus, 2 phantoms show up halfway through the fight, which I hate just as much as I did for the Flexile Sentry. I love that Dark Souls 2 actually has some changes for New Game Plus, but just throwing extra enemies into a boss fight is a terrible addition. Murgo's Wet Nurse is technically a final boss in Bloodborne. Most people would consider Gehrman to be the final boss, with the Moon Presence as an optional final boss, but Gehrman himself is optional. The goal of the entire game was to kill the Wet Nurse, trapping Murgo in the nightmare, and once you do that, then you can die and reawaken from the dream, as all the hunters before you have done. For a final boss, it's shockingly easy. It has this one attack where it slashes with all its blades in front of it for a few seconds, and it's laughably easy to get around it and hit its completely undefended back while it attacks the air. The boss is really easy, but it's also super cool. It's tall, has a ton of arms, and its body is invisible. It attacks with 6 swords and makes clones of itself, and the theme is the same as the music box you get in the first area. It's just a spectacle. It's nowhere near being one of the best fights in the series, but the overall experience is very memorable. There's a long delay between killing the boss and the Nightmare Slain message being shown. For a long time, I was confused by this. I thought it might have been a bug, but now I realize that the Nightmare Slain was Murgo, the invisible baby the Wet Nurse was looking after. This is a boss that I struggle to describe. The first time I fought it, I had no clue what was going on, and I barely survived by devouring grass. Now that I understand the fight, it's really easy, but it stands out to me as being a unique fight. There's nothing else quite like it. It's stationary and takes up the entire end of the arena. You have to run at it in a narrow tunnel while dodging webs and fire attacks. Once you get in close, you bait out melee attacks to hit his weak spot. The thing that makes this fight interesting is the flamethrower attack, which looks incredible in the remake. When it starts charging up this attack, you have to run back to the entrance of the arena. Normally this kind of thing bothers me, but because of the stationary nature of this boss, it works really well. The fight consists of the run down the tunnel and then the close range battle. This attack resets the fight and forces you to make the run up the tunnel again. Running up to the spider is the best part of this fight, and resetting the fight like this ensures that you can't just do it once and finish off the boss with a greatly reduced moveset.
Heretic. First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwyndolin. Let the atonement for thy felonies commenceth.
I was just talking about how unique the armor spider is, but then the next boss is Gwyndolin, who is actually quite similar. Instead of the flamethrower forcing you back to the entrance, Gwendolyn is in a seemingly infinite hallway, and teleports whenever you get close. This fight is basically the ranged part of the armor spider as its own boss. It's not very difficult, but I find it satisfying running up to Gwendolyn and dodging all of their attacks. The reason I place this fight above the armor spider is the music, the arena, and the lore. This fight can be triggered in two ways, either by equipping the Dark Moon Seance Ring or by killing Guinevere.
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image, I am Gwendolyn. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
Killing Guinevere reveals the truth about Anor Londo. It turns out that Guinevere, the enemies, and even the sun in Anor Londo were all an illusion created by Gwendolyn. Killing Guinevere angers Gwendolyn, and all the illusions are broken. Anor Londo is revealed to be a dark, abandoned city. It's all a lie to convince the chosen undead of the brilliance of the gods and the Age of Fire, to push you down the path of sacrifice, to convince you that it is worth giving up your life to link the flame and prolong the Age of Fire. Gwendolyn is the last remaining god in Anor Londo, and created these illusions to lead you and any other undead down this path. Whether you think linking the fire or letting the Age of Dark come is the correct choice, it's undeniable that you are being manipulated, and your manipulators seem to see you as no more than a pawn they can use to fulfill their goals and discard once you have served your purpose.
Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee.
You have been chosen by the Old One. Will you seek the everlasting demon souls? Or has the monumental blinded you? Whatever your choice, you are our first visitor. May you be welcome here.
True King Allant is the final boss of Demon Souls and the easiest fight in the series. The lack of any sort of challenge works better in this case than some others, because that's entirely the point of the fight. This is exclusively a lore boss. Your opinion on this boss relies entirely on if you care about the story of the game. If you don't care at all, he's probably near the bottom of the list. King Allant was once a beloved ruler of Boletaria, who cared deeply for his subjects. He took up the legendary sword Solbrand and conquered nearby nations to expand Boletaria into a great kingdom. In his old age, he went seeking more power. He discovered the Nexus and the forbidden soul arts, and brought this knowledge back to Boletaria, ushering in an age of unprecedented prosperity. Over time, Allant grew disillusioned by the corruption and evil of humanity in his kingdom. He wanted to rid the world of pain and suffering, and there was only one solution he knew. He sought the Old One.
Surely you have seen for yourself the pain and suffering that fills this world. But God is merciful, and so created the Old One, a poison to the poison. The Old One will feed upon our souls and put an end to this tragedy.
He awoke the Old One, unleashing the second demon scourge that would feed upon the souls of humanity. He became a demon himself, but his power was too great and he mutated into the blob we find him as. He turned his trusted knights and most of his kingdom into demons, and created a demon version of himself that would lead his armies. Once the player has slain all the archdemons, the seal to the Old One is broken, and Allant invites you in. He tries to convince you to join him, but is powerless to stop you. At this point, you are the most powerful being in the world, having consumed the souls of all you have killed along the journey to get here. And now you have a choice. Have you been consumed by your lust for power and submit to the Old One, becoming the greatest demon of all? Or do you lull the Old One back to sleep, banish the soul arts once again, and become the hero that saved humanity from the demon scourge? Do you destroy humanity, or do you save it?
You fool! Don't you understand? No one wishes to go on.
Gravelord Nito was one of the 4 original lords that discovered the First Flame and the Lord Souls. His soul turned him into a manifestation of illness and death. He aided in the war with the dragons by bringing death to them. After the war, he descended into the catacombs to slumber for eternity, but was still able to control death during his sleep. Dark Souls 2 also reveals that he created the Finito to protect the dead and ensure they were undisturbed, as well as the Milfinito to sing for those bearing death to comfort them. He makes it this high in the list mostly for how cool he is. His fight isn't anything special. He has a bunch of respawning skeletons in his arena, which can make this fight a nuisance, but thankfully he damages them with his attacks. You can also bring a divine weapon to kill them permanently. This gives you some options for dealing with this fight. You can either get a divine weapon and target the skeletons, or you can target Nito and use him as a shield from the skeletons as well as a weapon to kill them. Combined with his awesome design and lore, it elevates the fight from underwhelming to something I enjoy. After Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne gave you multiple options for your first boss, Dark Souls 3 went back to including a tutorial boss to finish off the first area. And Udix Gundyr is one hell of a start to the game. He's a perfect tutorial boss for veterans of the series, but for newcomers he might be a little overwhelming. He's a combination of the 2 primary boss types you'll face in the game, and it's also a way for the game to immediately tell you that bosses will have multiple, drastically different phases. He's a knight type in the first phase and a giant monster in the second phase. The transformation is shocking the first time, and will wind up getting most players killed just from the surprise alone. Once you get over the initial surprise, it's not all that tough to take him down. You deal with both forms pretty much identically. He's a very cool looking boss, has an awesome theme, and is a great way to start the game. He was supposed to light the flame in his time, but arrived too late and the Firekeeper was already dead. From that point on, he guards the Cemetery of Ash. He acts as a judge to determine which unkindled are worthy of attempting to link the flame. At the time of this battle, he's been waiting many years for a challenger, and has become rusty and has been corrupted by the dark. It would be awesome if we could go back in time and see him at the height of his strength. The Asylum Demon is another tutorial boss, and is very similar to Vanguard. It plays a similar role to Vanguard by blocking the exit of the Undead Asylum. This time though, you have to actually take the demon down. The boss itself is extremely similar to Vanguard, but with far less damage. You encounter him almost immediately. He is the first aggressive enemy in the entire game. His entrance is surprising and induces panic. If you try to fight him, you will notice you do almost no damage, have no way to heal, and will most likely die a quick death. But if you look around the room, you'll find an exit. This introduction is brilliant. It immediately teaches you a couple of things. First off, that you are weak and that you will be fighting terrifying foes that seem unbeatable. It also immediately lets you know that this game is hard. It won't hold your hand. You will struggle and you will die. It also teaches you that sometimes the best solution is to run away. You can always come back later when you are more skilled and have better gear. When you first encounter him, you won't have a grasp on the combat yet, as you've only fought defenseless hollows. You haven't learned when to attack, when to block, when to roll. After going through the Asylum a little more, you'll gain experience with some weak enemies, get some better gear, and get the Estus Flask. Once you've conquered everything else, it's time for a rematch. But this time, you're the one that enters with an advantage. The fight starts with a plunging attack, immediately taking off a large portion of his health bar. From here, it's very easy but rewarding, and you've learned a lot of the things you need to know to tackle the rest of the game. The Old Demon King is a criminally overlooked boss in my opinion. I think most players fight this boss when they're overleveled, resulting in a forgettable fight. It's a solid fight, but it's what happens in the final moments that really make him stand out. He is one of the very few remaining demons at this point, and is desperately struggling to survive. You fight him in an arena surrounded by massive piles of the corpses of his brethren. He exhausts everything he has to kill you, and when his health gets low enough, his inner fire is extinguished. He has nothing left. He feebly tries to pick up his weapon, but it's too heavy for him. The fate of the demons shows the destruction the Age of Fire has caused and hints to its inevitable end. The chosen undead destroyed the bed of chaos, and therefore the means to producing demons. as a sacrifice to the Age of Fire. With no way to repopulate, the demons became an ever-dwindling race, their inner fire eventually burning out entirely. Nothing lasts forever in this world. Attempting to prolong the Age of Fire forever has resulted in a world filled with ash, crashing into itself. The entire world is being consumed until eventually there will be nothing left. The Unkindled are humanity's last feeble attempt to buy a little more time for the Age of Fire. It may succeed and buy a little time, but the cost keeps getting greater with diminishing returns. If humanity doesn't escape this cycle, it's just as doomed as the demons. The Man-Eaters are the first example of a duo boss fight in the series and are notorious for their difficulty. At first glance, it seems like a pretty straightforward boss. You are faced with a chimera that can fly on a narrow bridge. It's not too tough to dodge its attacks, but positioning is vital in this fight. It's extremely easy to fall off if you're too focused on the Man-Eater, or by getting hit by an attack and getting pushed off the ledge. After either 100 seconds have passed or the Man-Eater reaches 20% health, a second one spawns. This can lead to a chaotic battle where you are trying to juggle staying on the bridge while dodging two Man-Eaters and also getting some damage in. It can be overwhelming. It's very doable to get the first one near death by the time the second arrives, but that's where the big flaw of this fight comes in. These guys are janky as hell, especially if you wear the Thief's Ring. If you get really bad RNG, they can just fly around completely out of range for a ridiculously long time. This can very easily get you into a situation where you are fighting both at once with near full health, or maybe one of them will just leave for a minute and leave you in a 1v1. Sometimes both of them will fly away, leaving you alone. You never know what you're gonna get. A nice touch is that you can target their tails and cut them off to limit their movesets. It's one of the more challenging bosses in Demon's Souls, and certainly an unforgettable one. Whether for the shock of the second boss appearing, the interesting arena, the charming jankiness, or the frustration of repeatedly falling to your death. It's a solid boss that laid the foundation for another notorious duo later. Lawrence is probably the most important character in the story of Bloodborne. He is the founder of the Healing Church and is largely responsible for all the horrible things happening in the game. He was a Bergenworth scholar that saw the Old Blood as a way to transcend humanity. He betrayed Master Willem and ignored his warnings about the dangers of the Old Blood.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood.
He created the Healing Church and spread the Old Blood throughout Yharnam, and likely led the atrocities committed at the Research Hall. He was also involved in the slaughter of the fishing hamlet, which doomed him to be imprisoned in the Hunter's Nightmare upon his death. He was one of the first victims of the plague and the first cleric beast. He was put to death and spent the rest of his existence in the Hunter's Nightmare, without any memories, constantly burning, and seeking something to remind himself of who he once was. This is why he ignores us on our first encounter. He has no interest in us until we return with his skull, which he desperately desires. It's very disappointing to discover that this incredibly important character, and the final boss of the DLC, is a reskinned cleric beast, the first boss of the game, with insane AoE fire attacks. Well, at least in the first phase. He gets sick of your ankle biting and decides it'll be harder for you to attack him if he gets rid of his legs entirely. Now this screeching fire monster in hell is rapidly crawling towards you while spewing lava everywhere and leaving a trail of lava behind him. It's a bizarre, terrifying, and unique phase. I think he's one of the hardest bosses in the series, and my personal pick for the hardest in Bloodborne. My lack of knowledge of the Cleric Beast moveset really hurts me in this fight. It's got the same basic moveset, but with the damage cranked up to absurd levels. And that second phase is extremely difficult to figure out. He's a rather divisive boss in the community as far as I can tell. He's got excellent lore and a great theme, but he's also a frustrating reskin for half the fight and reuses an arena. There's also the long run back that can make this fight extra tedious, as well as the same camera issues that plague the Cleric Beast in Vicar Amelia. Whether you love him or hate him, he's a compelling character and an unforgettable battle.
I must take my leave.
By the gods, fear it, Lawrence.
Looking Glass Knight is one of the coolest fights in the series, but mostly because of his design and the arena. He looks awesome, and fighting him in a storm at the top of the castle is just badass. The actual fight is relatively generic, with the exception of a few lightning attacks and his awesome mirror shield. It's one of the rare times where the boss uses a shield and it actually matters. The shield completely blocks your attacks, which forces you to constantly be on the move to get around it to do damage. He can also use it to summon a player or an NPC helper. As I've already made clear many times in this video, I am not a fan of Souls PvP, and it can very easily make this fight frustrating and feel impossible when you're fighting both the boss and a player. If the game can't find a player, then you're just fighting an NPC and can quickly kill them or ignore them, which makes this mechanic feel pointless. I also feel that the complexity of the boss's moveset was reduced to compensate for its ability to spawn a player. He doesn't have much lore either. He is a knight serving as the first line of defense against those seeking Vendrick. I think this boss had the potential to be one of the best in the series if he had more of a presence in the story and a more complex battle, but the spectacle of the fight alone is enough to push him this far up the list. I don't have all that much to say about this boss. It's a giant ape that is aggressive, has brutal grabs, and a shocking second phase. It's a very different fight from most in the game. Sekiro's combat is tailored around fighting one-on-one battles with sword-wielding enemies, and the ape has a very different feeling. It took me a while to realize you can even deflect most of its attacks. After the first death blow, you decapitate the ape and get the typical shinobi execution message, tricking you into thinking the fight is over. A couple seconds later, the ape gets back up and picks up its head and the sword you decapitated it with. The second phase is far easier as it becomes a more familiar battle with a sword-wielding enemy. After you get the second death blow, the fight is finished for real this time, and you can go get the Lotus of the Palace. However, the ape is immortal and returns for the Headless Ape fight that was ranked way down this list. The Abhorrent Beast is one of the better Chalice dungeon bosses, but he can also be found in the main game if you attack the beggar found in the Forbidden Woods. The fight itself is pretty tough. It is a very aggressive beast that uses lightning-based attacks and likes to punish you for trying to get a heal off. As the fight goes on, it powers up with electricity, becoming deadlier and adding extra effects on its attacks. The fight can be overwhelming towards the end, especially when fought on the roof where you first meet the beggar. It is extremely weak against poison and can be easily cheesed or finished off with just a couple poison knives if you're really struggling. The main reason I have this boss so high is because of the beggar NPC. When you first discover him, he is covered in blood and eating a corpse. If you don't attack him on the spot, you can speak to him, and he seems reasonably sane. He asks if you know of any safe places he could go. Assuming you were paying attention to what he was just doing, it's pretty obvious that he's up to no good. You can send him to Yosefka's clinic to be experimented on, or send him to Odin Chapel where he will slowly kill off the NPCs gathered there, one by one, and reward you with beast blood pellets for each one that he kills. I usually attack him on the spot, where he transforms into an abhorrent beast. The really interesting thing about this is that he appears to be sane despite the transformation into a beast. He's the only beast in the game that seems to be fully aware of his actions and capable of both speech and reason. He does not seem to suffer from the loss of identity and reason that all other beasts suffer from. I have no idea why he maintains his sanity like this when no one else can, which is a fascinating mystery that really makes this minor character stand out. He compares you to a beast and mocks the hypocrisy of the hunters.
Oh, you are a sick puppy. You drink the blood of half the town, and now this. And you talk of beasts. You hunters are the real killers. You call men beasts and hunt them down. Well, hunter, I suppose you got what's coming.
The Hunters are a branch of the Healing Church that created all the beasts that they relentlessly hunt. We may think that hunting beasts is the right thing to do, but we're really just killing the victims of Lawrence's experimentation.
Hunters are killers, nothing less. You call me a beast? A beast? What would you know? I didn't ask for this.
What makes us any different from the beasts that we hunt?
You're no different than I. Rancid beasts, every last one of us. Some of us are better at faking it, that's all.
The Pursuer is an early game boss in Dark Souls 2, and by far the best of the bosses in the game's first few areas. He's just super cool. He's got a simple but fun moveset and has an interesting gimmick where you can parry him and shoot him with a ballista. I think he would have made for a far more interesting first boss than either the Last Giant or Dragon Rider. He's simple to dodge but definitely a challenge for new players. It's unfortunate that he's a hidden early game boss because a lot of players probably missed him and came back overleveled. He reappears frequently as a mini-boss throughout the game, including a duo fight in Drangleic Castle that is brutally difficult. It can be annoying at times, but I like to see a boss that acts in a way that makes sense according to its lore. Unlike the Dragon Riders being these mighty knights of Vendrick, the Pursuer is actually true to its lore. He is a large knight that is solely tasked with hunting bearers of the Dark Sign. Once he picks a target, he hunts them relentlessly. As a result, he follows you throughout the game, no matter how many times you defeat him. It's a mirror of the player character that does the same thing to all the bosses that you fight throughout the game, dying over and over and coming back stronger each time. Vicar Amelia is the second main boss in Bloodborne and one of the best in the game. She is the successor to Lawrence as the head of the church, and we find her praying in the Grand Cathedral, next to Lawrence's skull. As a leader of the Healing Church, she has no doubt taken part in the consumption of the old blood, and is on the verge of turning into a beast. She clutches a pendant, which contains a blood gem specifically for slaying beasts, likely as a reminder to resist the temptation to succumb to beasthood. But as we've learned, no one is able to resist for long, and everyone who has consumed the old blood eventually becomes a beast, and clerics turn into the most hideous beasts. Amelia transforms right as we arrive, possibly because we broke her concentration and the allure of our blood is too strong for her to resist. It's also possible to draw other conclusions from this though. I find this to be the most likely explanation, but I'm sure you can make a compelling argument that she actually willingly embraced beasthood. Regardless, she is certainly interesting despite not having all that much information on her. Her fight is a pretty standard beast fight, the typical wild slashing and flailing around. You can break her arms and legs for staggers and a visceral on the head. Halfway through the fight, she becomes more aggressive, gets new attacks, and can heal herself by praying. If you're paying attention, you can see that she is still clutching the pendant she held in her final moments as a human. There's still a little of her humanity somewhere in there.
Oh, Amygdala! Oh, Amygdala! Have mercy on the poor bastard!
The lesser amygdalas have been all over Yarnum throughout the whole game, but they were invisible to you until you defeat Rom and remove her barrier. There are also statues of them throughout the game, including the entrance to the Grand Cathedral where you fight Vicar Amelia and Lawrence. Our good friend Patches tricks us into going into the Nightmare Frontier, possibly as a sacrifice to Amygdala. This finally gives us a chance to fight one of these things. The fight is pretty good. The character design of the Amygdala is incredible. It's hard to even describe it, but it is extremely cool. The fight focuses around a weak spot gimmick that is satisfying, but it's not executed quite as well as it could be. It's a great idea, and when it works it's great, but sometimes it can be hard to hit the arms or the head. And it gets especially difficult in Phase 2 when it rips off some of its arms and uses them as weapons. The Last Giant also did this, but in that fight it didn't really change anything. In this fight, with the boss already having a long range, this makes a huge difference. It becomes extremely difficult to get anywhere near the boss. When fought at an adequate level, it's not that hard to handle, but this fight is reused in the Defiled Chalice dungeon, and it is incredibly difficult there. I had to resort to hitting its legs for minuscule damage to get through the second phase of that fight. The normal version is very doable in a head-to-head fight though, and it is very enjoyable. Crossbreed Priscilla is far from the most challenging boss and is actually rather easy. She makes it this high due to being incredibly unique among all the bosses in the series. You enter her arena prepared for a fight and you see her just standing there.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
She shows no signs of aggression. This encounter occurs at the end of a difficult hidden area that can only be reached by finding an item hidden at the end of another hidden area. After all of that, you're expecting there to be some terrifying boss, but she's completely passive. She talks to you and tells you how to leave. She has no interest in fighting you.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home.
She is a half-dragon, likely the daughter of Seath and a god, possibly Guinevere or Velka. The gods feared her in her life on Scythe, and banished her to the Painted World where the unwanted creatures of Lordran reside. Priscilla found a home in the Painted World that she never found in Lordran, and chose to stay willingly. She even stands guard at the exit to let anyone who mistakenly wanders in know how to escape. There is no reason for you and her to be in conflict with each other, and she implores you to leave.
Thou must returneth whence thou came. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home.
The only reason this fight even happens is due to your greed or bloodlust. You have to actively choose to attack her multiple times before she decides she has to act in self-defense and fight back. The fight is designed around an invisibility gimmick that's very interesting but leads to the fight being pretty simple. It's just a matter of looking for her footprints and attacking. Heavy weapons stagger her and break her invisibility, making the fight incredibly easy. Lighter weapons may not be able to knock her out of it at all. Either way, it's not all that difficult, but I do think that's fitting here. You are entirely wrong in this case. You are the aggressor. The lack of difficulty further emphasizes that point.
But why? What seeketh
Velstadt was one of the most loyal knights serving under King Vendrick. He was the commander of his forces, his guard, and an advisor. He served as the right arm of Vendrick, while another knight of similar prestige served as his left. This other knight was known as Raim. At some point, Velstadt and Raim fought. Velstadt prevailed and Raim was declared a traitor. As a result, Velstadt became the undisputed top knight in service to his king. He was his shadow, never leaving his side. He was so committed to his duty to protect Vendrick that when his king decided to hide away in the undead crypt, Velstadt joined him. He eternally stands guard outside the room where the Hollow Vendrick wanders, serving as his last line of defense. He gave himself to his king both in life and in death. Velstadt is a good knight-type fight. He doesn't do anything particularly unique in the first phase, but he looks cool, represents his lore well, and has an interesting weapon. His weapon functions as a hammer, but it has a bell inside that can be used to cast miracles. Halfway through the fight, he gets down on his knee and starts casting Sacred Oath, a miracle that makes him take less and deal more damage. He also gains access to a dark spell. He's still relatively simple, but is one of the best bosses in the base game of Dark Souls 2. Simply put, the 4 kings are a DPS test. If you have high enough damage to kill one king before the next one spawns, this fight is a joke. If you do not have that damage though, the fight can be a headache. The kings are cool looking and have a decent moveset, but what makes this fight interesting is the tension of knowing you have to kill whichever king is in front of you as fast as possible, as well as the incredibly memorable arena. This fight, while simplistic on a moment-to-moment basis, is incredibly tense. Every second that you are not dealing damage is wasted time that might lead to you having to fight multiple kings at once. The arena further adds to this tension. You are literally standing in the abyss. You cannot see anything outside of your character and the bosses. This just adds to the feeling of panic this fight induces. You are in a hostile place where no one should set foot, and there are more enemies on their way. It's terrifying seeing another king in the distance while you're still in the middle of fighting one. The nature of the arena makes it hard to judge distances, just making it even more threatening. This is a boss that is really made by its arena. If this was just in some normal cave or something, it wouldn't be near as exciting and memorable as it is. Going into the Abyss is not an experience that you will soon forget. It's also another bit of build up to the Artorias fight. Seeing the Abyss that he traversed further adds to the legend of the Abyss Walker. I still have no idea how to say the name of this boss. Is it Ebrietas, Ebritas, or something else? I'll go with Ebrietas. I'm really struggling to figure out how to describe this boss. Great Ones are supposed to be incomprehensible, so I suppose the character design is accomplishing its goal if I can't even describe her. At the very least, the design is incredibly interesting to look at. I hear a lot of people say this is the hardest base game boss in Bloodborne, but I've never had that much trouble with her. With the exception of her charge and the Call Beyond-like attack, which are nonsense. Like Amygdala, its weak spot is its head, so you want to bait out attacks so that you get hits in on the weak spot. But you can also just strafe around it and hit it from behind. Ebrietas is likely the source of the Old Blood. At some point in the past, around the time of the Pthumerian civilization, there was a mass departure of Great Ones, and Ebrietas was left behind. Due to the nature of the Great Ones, we're not exactly sure about her motivations. She appears to be working together with the Healing Church to reach the place the other Great Ones have gone to, but could just be a creature they captured to study and siphon blood from. She is found in a place called the Altar of Despair after all. This name could also be a result of the state we find her in. She is unresponsive to us unless we attack and seems to be mourning the corpse of Ram. There seems to be some kind of connection between the two. Ram was a human that ascended, so perhaps Ram was the human that first made contact with Ebrietas, and eventually ascended with her help. The story around the Great Ones tends to be very unclear. Ebrietas is a fascinating creature to look at, an important piece of the story of Bloodborne, and a challenging fight. It's definitely one of the more memorable bosses in the game. Coming in exactly 100 spots ahead of its reskin gang fight is Ava. This fight is pretty awesome. It's incredible to me that they managed to take a fight I enjoyed this much and made that nightmare out of it. The Dark Souls 2 DLC bosses are either fantastic or atrocious. All of the unique ones are great, and the reskins are some of the worst in the entire series. Ava is my lowest rated of the 6 unique DLC bosses, and it comes in just a bit outside the top 50. That goes to show just how incredible the increase in quality from the base game is. Ava can be encountered immediately upon entering the DLC, but is initially invisible. You could fight like this if you're insane, but if you progress through the level, you will eventually find an item that makes her visible. When you can actually see the boss, it's a great fight. She looks cool, and I enjoy the way she likes to create distance to leap at you. A lot of bosses are easy to get behind and punish until they're dead, but Ava will use AoEs and leap away from you to keep distance, and then pounce on you. It's like you're fighting an actual living creature that doesn't want to die. There's also just something nice about fighting something that isn't a horrible monstrosity every once in a while. It's a nice change of pace from the typical horrifying Souls boss. Like most bosses in Demon Souls, the old hero has a central gimmick that the fight is based on. The gimmick in this fight is that he is blind. You can fight him head on if you want, but his attacks are erratic as a result of his blindness. It can be tough to get a read on him. You can very easily exploit his weakness, however. If you are moving slowly and quietly, he cannot find you. He will move around the room attacking wildly. You can position yourself behind him, go in for a few hits, and then sneak away before he figures out where you are. In addition, you can use the Thief's Ring to trivialize the fight. Even after all this time, this fight still stands out as being unique. I like the way that this fight flips the roles of the player and the boss. Typically, the bosses are the aggressors, with you on the defense. In this case, you are the one that initiates the battle. You go in and attack and he tries to defend himself. Then you back off and pick your next moment of attack. You are completely in control of the pace of this fight, and it gives it a unique feeling. Interestingly enough, I feel like this adds even more tension than in normal fights. Watching him walk around doing scary attacks at complete random is unnerving, and you know that once you attack, he's going to focus all of that on you for a brief moment. It's a great concept and one that I would love to see revisited in a future game. The Dragon Slayer armor is probably the most forgettable boss in the endgame of Dark Souls 3, but that's a shame because it's also a great fight. This boss doesn't have much lore, and it's located in close proximity to multiple other more challenging and narratively interesting bosses. This boss feels like it comes out of nowhere with zero build-up and then is defeated and forgotten about. It could have been placed anywhere in the game with how little impact it has. The arena is awesome, the theme is great, it looks super cool, and it uses one of my favorite weapons in the game. It's just got a very enjoyable moveset to dodge. I love how it two-hands its weapon to use weapon arts like a player would. It also makes effective use of its shield as a weapon. The fake out it does when it stumbles catches me off guard every time, and the butterflies add a bit of extra challenge with some projectiles towards the end of the fight. It's an all-around great boss from a gameplay and presentation perspective, but it just lacks any sort of story impact to elevate it. That's really the only problem with this fight. As the name implies, this is actually an empty suit of armor being controlled by the Pilgrim Butterflies. It was once worn by a Dragon Slayer that served the Nameless King along with Ornstein, but was definitely not Ornstein himself. And that's all we get. It's a short and thrilling battle that unfortunately gets overshadowed by some other incredible fights. Before I get into my top 50, I wanted to take a little bit of a breather. After 106 bosses in a row over 2 hours, I feel like there should be a brief pause before the final stretch. It's also a good time to discuss the elephant in the room.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
As of the time of this recording, I've been working on this video for about 9 months now, with tons of ups and downs. I initially wanted to get this video out before Elden Ring, but that clearly did not go as planned. I knew this was going to be a large project, but I didn't realize the full extent of it.
I doubt you could even imagine it.
As for Elden Ring, I had to make a decision on whether to continue as planned or rework this video to include its bosses. I ultimately chose to stick with finishing this video first and potentially revisiting it later. At this point, Elden Ring is too fresh for me to feel comfortable ranking its bosses. Plus there's a good chance there will be DLC at some point, so I might as well wait for that before I bother ranking them. With that said, thanks for watching this far into the video. I'm sure there's going to be some very questionable takes coming up. The last thing I want to do before continuing is recapping how many bosses remain from each game, as I found this really interesting to look at. There are 6 more from Demon's Souls, 9 from Dark Souls 1, 8 from Dark Souls 2, 7 from Bloodborne, 12 from Dark Souls 3, and 8 from Sekiro. And with that, let's get into my top 50 Souls bosses. Like the Moon Presence, Aldea is an optional final boss that's more about lore than being a challenging fight. But for some reason, I really enjoy this fight. Aldea is this big flaming tree monster. He has a wall of fire around him that does high damage, forcing you to dodge attacks until the fire dissipates, where you're given a window to get some hits in. He's not very difficult, but that's fair considering that he's the 3rd straight boss fight in the finale of the game. Ideally, you would defeat Throne Watcher and Defender, Nashandra, and Aldea back to back to back, so it's understandable that he's not the most difficult fight. I think he's a good change of pace and a great way to close out the story of Dark Souls 2. His theme is also fantastic, which plays a role in my enjoyment of the fight. Aldea is probably the most important character in the game. He appears at various points, scaring the crap out of me each time. To tell you important information about the curse.
Life is brilliant, beautiful.
It enchants us.
To the point of obsession. Peace grants men the illusion of life. Shackled by falsehoods, they yearn for love, unaware of its grand illusion. Until the curse touches their flesh.
Like his brother Vendrick, he sought another path to escape the curse. He believed that the answer to the secrets of life could be found in the undead. He experimented on them and created all kinds of monsters that could be found across Drangleic and in his keep. Through his experiments, he eventually turned into the monstrosity that we find him as. Aldea tells us of the first sin, Gwyn's linking of the flame.
Once, the Lord of Light banished dark and all that stemmed from humanity. And men assumed a fleeting form.
the roots of our world.
Gwyn banished the dark and created the cycle of light and dark and tied humanity to this cycle. The curse will appear whenever the first flame is dying out, compelling a human to link the flame and begin the cycle anew. But this is all a lie. It runs counter to the nature of man. Men are born not of the light, but of the dark, and were supposed to be undying. But Gwyn has twisted the nature of humanity so that it seeks light over dark. Humanity has been corrupted by the light. That is the true curse Gwyn has placed upon humanity through the first sin.
Men are props in the stage of life, and no matter how tender, how explicit, a lie will remain a lie.
Aldia believes that the only way to free humanity from this curse is to break this cycle entirely, but he does not know how. Only a true monarch could ever know. He challenges you right before you link the flame to determine if you are the true monarch that the world needs. When you defeat him, he places his trust in you to determine the fate of the world. He asks you what you want to do. Do you want to perpetuate the lies of Gwyn, embrace the dark, or go off into the unknown?
The throne will serve you as you do. But the question remains. What do you want? Light, dark, or something else entirely? There is no path.
The Divine Dragon is one of the best pure spectacle battles in the series. It is one of the easiest bosses in Sekiro, but also one of the most impressive. And honestly, after all the brutal bosses you have to fight in the game, it was really nice to have one that was just an awe-inspiring cinematic moment. This is how you do one of these spectacle fights right. The whole fight is just breathtaking. The animations, the music, and the arena really make you feel like you are fighting a majestic, divine being. And then the way you damage it is just about as cool as possible. It all makes for an incredible experience. There isn't really anything I can say to do it justice, so I'll just let it do the rest. have a feeling a lot of people won't be very happy with this placement. I know this boss is considered to be the best in Dark Souls 2 for many, but I just cannot get behind that idea. It is a very unique and interesting boss with an awesome concept, but I just can't help but feel the fight is a bit too frustrating and tedious to be among the very best in the series. I don't want to be overly negative though, because this boss still cracked my top 50. The setup for this fight is fantastic. You encounter the boss very early on in the DLC, after making your way through Eliam Lois the first time. But if you try to fight him at this point, you will be overwhelmed. The way this boss works is that there are 3 portals that will infinitely spawn charred Lois Knights. You have one knight with you to battle this army, and he will eventually sacrifice himself to freeze one of the portals shut. The fact that you can only seal one portal, along with the empty chairs around the entrance, will clue you in that you need to recruit some more knights to help you out. On one hand, I love that this makes you fully explore the area to find all of the knights, but it also gets annoying on repeat playthroughs when you just want to fight the boss. Once you get at least 3 knights, this battle turns into a war, and then eventually a duel with the Ivory King himself. While the big battle is awesome the first few times, it gets incredibly tedious the more you have to do it to get a chance at the boss. Maybe it's just that I had a ton of difficulty with this boss on a recent Soul Level 1 run, but this boss kept falling further and further as I worked on these rankings. Regardless of my frustrations with the battle, it is inarguably one of the most unique battles in the series and a fan favorite. It also has excellent lore that enhances the fight even further. But if I go into lore for every boss, this video will never be completed. The DLC of Dark Souls wasted no time by throwing you straight into this boss fight, and it is one of the best bosses in the game on a mechanical level. The Sanctuary Guardian is alarmingly fast and aggressive, and barely gives you a chance to breathe, but this is balanced out by a low health pool. It immediately sets the tone for the DLC, and lets you know that they are not fucking around. If you are not ready to handle this boss, then you should get out of here now. The Guardian is very fun to fight, and feels different from everything you have faced up to this point. The only thing holding it back is that it has basically no lore. It is the Guardian of the Ulasil Sanctuary and is some kind of chimera. But that's it. But honestly, that's alright. It serves its purpose well. This battle is only an appetizer for the other 3 bosses to come. The Penetrator is the first standard Knight type boss in the entire series, and serves as a prototype for some of the best bosses to come. His armor is badass, and he has a really cool moveset. That one attack where he does a spin before attacking is great at tricking you into rolling early and catching you. It forces you to be patient and time your rolls well. Then he's got his signature grab attack where he impales you. I didn't get hit by this, but I can let Bjor demonstrate. It's not a particularly challenging fight when compared to the ones that came after, and it is laughably easy if you rescue Bjor. But it set a foundation that will be used over and over, while also being a very good fight in its own right. This boss is responsible for me using footage from both versions of Demon Souls. It is the boss with the most obvious difference in design between the 2 versions, and I love the way they did this. When you kill the Penetrator, you can use his soul to get one of 2 spells, either Light Weapon or Curse Weapon. In the original version of the game, he uses Light Weapon in the battle, which is why his sword glows blue. In the remake, he uses Curse Weapon. It doesn't change anything mechanically, but it's a cool change and really shows how much Bluepoint respects the original game and its lore.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons. Well, I will not give him up, for he is all that I have.
I honestly cannot believe I have managed to put this boss this high. I didn't think much of him on my first playthrough, other than what in the world just happened, but I have really grown to love him over the course of many playthroughs. He doesn't have the greatest fight ever, but it's not bad. It seems to vary quite a bit depending on what Osiris is in the mood for during any given fight. He can stand there and be a punching bag, or fly all over the place and instantly charge you at any time and be a total nuisance. The quality of the fight varies as a result. Sometimes it's really fun, and sometimes it's a pain. What really makes this encounter stand out for me is the dialogue, atmosphere, and the weirdness of the whole thing. Osiris was the former king of Lothric that wanted to harness the power of his blood for some unknown greater purpose. This pursuit led him to the research of Seath the Scaleless and resulted in his madness and transformation into the half-dragon creature we find him as. He rambles about his son Ocelot, who he believes will achieve this greater purpose he worked towards. During the first phase of the fight, he seems to be cradling his infant child, but there is nothing there. It is unclear exactly what is going on here. Ocelot could be an invisible baby that he is holding, or he could be a delusion of the clearly insane king. I honestly have no idea what is going on, but there are extremely disturbing cut audio files of a baby getting killed that lead me to believe Ocelot is indeed real. During the fight, Osiris continues to ramble about his beloved Ocelot, but eventually he completely loses it. He screams and smashes what he believes is Ocelot into the ground with the intention of killing him, either out of madness or frustration that Ocelot isn't living up to his expectations. Whatever the case, Osiris completely loses his sanity and turns into a feral beast for the rest of the fight. During this entire sequence, there is the constant sound of a baby crying. This fight is absolutely insane and unforgettable. Trying to figure out exactly what is happening is kind of impossible, and maybe that's the point when fighting this crazy lunatic.
How quickly you forget. The strength of dear Ocelot, child of dragons.
私はかつて修羅を見ました。あなたの中に同じものがいる。それを切らねばなりません。
I absolutely adore this fight. The only thing keeping it from being higher on this list is that it's so short, and also maybe her grab, which is super cool, but like most grabs has some wonky hitboxes. Emma is the Sekiro equivalent of the Maiden in Black, Emerald Herald, a doll, or Firekeeper. A friendly face that helps you throughout the game. She's mostly responsible for upgrading your healing gourd, which is an essential feature of the game, so you're likely to talk to her a lot and develop some kind of bond. When you do the Shura ending, she draws her sword to fight you. She is well trained, but does not wish to harm anyone. With you on the path of becoming a demon, she feels she must stop you. This fight is just really great. She has an elegant fighting style and lives up to her title, the Gentle Blade. I have nothing but praise for this fight mechanically. The only flaw is that much like the final battle with Genichiro, she is the first phase of a significantly harder boss. She has to be defeated every time you fight the Shura root version of Isshin, which leads to her becoming more of a speed bump than an actual boss. I really would have loved it if she had a longer fight with multiple death blows and wasn't tied to Isshin. The fact that she made it inside my top 50, despite being 1/3 of a boss, just goes to show how great of a fight I think this is. She also serves her purpose in the story well. Her role is to show how horrible the ending you are heading towards truly is. Repeatedly brutally murdering her makes it clear that your transformation into a Shura has begun. This is a pretty unexpected boss to make it all the way into the top 50, but honestly, I just really like this fight. It is easily my favorite Chalice Dungeon boss, and one of the best in the game. The design of the Watchdog is just so cool, and the theme is insane. It's also one of the hardest bosses in the series when fought in the Defiled Chalice Dungeon. It has a lot of dangerous attacks and will likely one-shot you repeatedly. And as the fight progresses, it gets more aggressive, gains new attacks, and extends already existing ones. You really have to master this boss to take it down, which is probably why I like it so much. There are two equally viable strategies you can use. You could go for the head and keep it at a distance, or get underneath and target the legs. Both options reward you with staggers, which is a nice change from bosses like Amygdala that punish you for not playing in the expected way. Despite how difficult it can be in the Defiled Chalice, it's the only part of that dungeon I actually enjoy, and is one of the high points of Bloodborne as a whole for me. I'm not quite sure how people feel about the Smelter Demon, but I think it's one of the best bosses in Dark Souls 2. The AoE damage he does just by existing would be an issue in any other Souls game, but I'm okay with it here because of life gems. The demon is really cool looking and has a fun moveset. In particular, I like the jump slam that can either be the end of a combo or can be followed up with an AoE explosion. He takes increased damage after the slam, which encourages you to go in for hits, but then you are at risk of getting caught in the explosion. This adds much needed complexity to the battle that many bosses in Dark Souls 2 just do not have. The fight also changes as you progress to keep it interesting. The demon will plunge its sword through its abdomen to light it on fire, which grants it extra damage and a projectile in some attacks. During this animation, he takes reduced damage, so it's a good time to buff, use life gems, or catch your breath. One thing that I have to mention with this boss is the brutal boss run. Iron Keep is one of the worst areas in the game, and it makes getting to this boss a nightmare. There is a ludicrous amount of Elana Knights you have to get past, and Dark Souls 2 doesn't have iframes for the first part of the fog wall animation, making it extremely difficult to just run past them all. However, it's still a great boss fight, so it is worth suffering for the run. Flamelurker is the fastest and most difficult boss in Demon Souls, in my opinion, though it depends heavily on your build and knowledge of the fight. He is extremely weak to magic, so mage builds will have a pretty easy time, and melee builds can use sticky white stuff or enchant weapon to gain magic damage and make the fight easier, but you are still likely going to get hit. A lot. Flamelurker is fast and has AoEs that will catch mistimed rolls. He even does damage with a jump that he uses to reposition. You end up taking lots of small hits of damage, which turn the battle into a frantic back and forth affair, where you are taking damage left and right and attacking back. It is a thrilling battle. Like many bosses in Demon Souls, its AI isn't the smartest, which often works in your favor and gives you a moment to catch your breath and heal up. I also want to bring up the shortcut for this boss. It is a very strange shortcut that is accessible from the moment you start the level, requiring you to do some platforming. It can be annoying at times, but I like how this option is always there, and lets you bypass the whole level to fight Flamelurker as fast as you want. It isn't the most complex fight, and there isn't much lore of interest, but Flamelurker serves as the first real challenge of the game and is a thrilling battle. The Bell Gargoyles are iconic. They are one of the few bosses I knew about before playing Dark Souls, and they lived up to my expectations. This fight is basically a much improved version of the Man-Eaters from Demon Souls, and they operate in much the same way. You initially fight one gargoyle, and then at half health a second one spawns. There is still the threat of falling off the arena, but it is much wider than the one for the Man-Eaters. This makes the fight more manageable, but still keeps that threat there and forces you to be mindful of your positioning. It also does not suffer from the jankiness the Man-Eaters had. The gargoyles aren't going to fly away for 30 seconds. The gargoyles themselves have a pretty simple melee moveset, but once the second one spawns, they gain fire attacks. This can seem overwhelming at first, but it is actually there to immobilize a gargoyle periodically to give you openings. It also further enforces being aware of your positioning, because it limits the area you can safely move, forcing you to stay away from edges or walls. The fight is balanced incredibly well to really push inexperienced players in a fair way and teach them how to handle a duo boss fight. It's also a great way to show how much you've improved as a player. This fight becomes a total pushover on subsequent runs when you are more familiar with the mechanics of the game and the fight itself. It is easily one of the best early game bosses and a highlight of the series as a whole for me. Sin is the first of the good dragon battles on this list, after the Guardian Dragon and Ancient Dragon thoroughly missed the mark earlier in Dark Souls 2. It was refreshing to finally get a good dragon boss in the game's first DLC. Sin is a great fight, along with it just being really damn cool. His poison fire breath and the spear that was plunged through his body really being the highlights of his design. Sin also has a pretty large moveset with some tough to dodge attacks. He isn't as reliant on flying attacks like the other two dragons in this game, but can still spend a little more time in the air than I would like. But it's not a huge deal. He is a dragon after all. It only makes sense that he would fly around. It just feels a lot more balanced in this fight, probably as a result of him having a lot more attacks he can do both on the ground and in the air. This fight also brings back one of my favorite features from Dark Souls 1, letting you cut off his tail. It doesn't do much, but I'm just happy you can do it. The only major complaint I have with this fight is that hitting Sin drains your weapon durability extremely fast. You will likely need a second weapon or repair powder to finish him off. It doesn't ruin the fight, but is a completely unnecessary annoyance. The Demon of Hatred has really grown on me over time. In my first playthrough, I thought this boss was ridiculous, and didn't even try to beat it. It feels like such a big departure from all the other bosses in the game, that I thought it was unfair. But after gaining more experience with the rest of the series, I came back and was able to defeat him. It is a very difficult battle, and I'm still not a huge fan of some of its fire attacks, but the fight is really good overall. The demon is actually our friend, the sculptor, who gave us our prosthetic arm and upgraded our prosthetics throughout the game. He was a shinobi that almost became a Shura after the death of his partner, but was defeated in a duel by Isshin and saved from this fate. He became the sculptor of the temple that we now know, as a way to control his bloodlust and repay his karmic debt. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, his hatred and bloodlust could not be contained forever, and he eventually transforms into the Demon of Hatred. The Malcontent Finger Whistle serves a similar role as the music box in the Father Gascoigne fight. The item description reveals that the name Kingfisher is engraved on the ring, the name of the female shinobi that was once the sculptor's partner. Using this tool, we can temporarily stun the demon. He never forgot her, even in this state. The Tower Knight is one of the most iconic bosses in Demon's Souls, and really embodies the boss design of the game. The Tower Knight is technically a puzzle boss, but it also manages to feel like a normal boss fight. It utilizes all aspects of the combat instead of being over once you figure out its gimmick. Initially you have to run past the Tower Knight and kill the archers up above, while dodging magic attacks from the boss. Once all the archers are down, you return to fight him head on. You need to damage both his ankles, and then he will fall down and you can hit the head for massive damage. But he doesn't just sit there and let you hit him. He has multiple attacks to force you off of him and can do a surprising amount of damage. It is significantly better than fights like Iron Golem, Last Giant, and others in this style. This boss really nailed the balance of making the boss huge and somewhat challenging, while also being able to read its attacks. It is a great early game battle that is extremely memorable and satisfying to play. It's definitely one of the best battles like this in the series. It pains me that the Dancer was only able to make it this high on the list, but the competition is getting fierce. The Dancer is one of the most memorable Dark Souls 3 bosses, and is extremely unique. She is simultaneously elegant and eerie. I love how loudly you hear her footsteps as she walks around you. This combined with the music and her movements make for such an uncomfortable but also enchanting atmosphere. It is hard to forget this boss. I cannot praise the presentation and sound design of this fight enough. The Dancer's moveset is great, but has some annoyances. She can be overly passive at times, and then launch into these insanely long combos. It makes the fight feel a bit inconsistent. She can be incredibly easy or a decent challenge depending on how the AI decides to act. But this doesn't matter much. The fight is just so interesting with how incredible the animations are along with the music and footsteps. It is mesmerizing. She's also one of the limited examples of sequence breaking in Dark Souls 3, which is a much more linear game than the others. You can fight her as early as the first visit to the High Wall of Lothric, before fighting Vort if you are brave enough. As I so subtly alluded to earlier, it would be awesome if we could go back in time and see him at the height of his strength. We get to fight a prime, uncorrupted Gundyr in the game. And this dude is a beast. Champion Gundyr is relentless. He attacks non-stop and it is exhilarating. He has weird movements that can throw you off, and mixes in punches, kicks, and shoulder bashes, in addition to his halberd. In his second phase, he gets even more aggressive and extends his combos. This is just an incredible battle, with two warriors going at it with pure physical skill. No magic, no gimmicks, no crazy abilities. Just a brutal duel to the death between two warriors that would seek to light the first flame. It is incredible to me how much they managed to improve an already great tutorial boss with this fight. Sir Allan is one of the best bosses in Dark Souls 2, and the pick for many is the best boss in the game. Obviously, I like him a lot to make it this high, but I just cannot agree with him being the best in the game. This boss has two massive flaws. The absolutely absurd boss run that is miserable to experience, and the laughably broken hitbox on his grab. Once you actually manage to get to the boss, and figure out how to dodge his grab, the fight is fantastic. His design is cool, his moveset is unique, and the arena is stunning. I have no idea how this man keeps his floor so shiny. I don't really have all that much to say on the fight though. It's just really good. It is easily one of the best knight fights in Dark Souls 2. But seriously, fuck that grab. One really awesome touch with this fight is that he has a special death animation if you beat him without getting hit, where he kills himself out of shame. Of course I had to do this for the video, so what you're watching is me no-hitting him on New Game Plus at Soul Level 1. Quelaag is a great boss. She is a fun and challenging early game fight and serves as the defender of the second Bell of Awakening. I consider her to be the final test of the early game before there is a massive difficulty spike at Sen's Fortress, and she serves this role very well. She tests your positioning by limiting your space with lava and is likely the first encounter you have had with an AoE. She is also a surprisingly unique boss for the series as a whole, and a massive change of pace at this point in Dark Souls. I love all the little details in this fight. The way she embraces her spider form to telegraph the AoE, and the spiderweb-like after effect on her sword swings adds so much character to a boss that never speaks. I love this battle, but what really puts Quelaag this high up on the list for me is the story that comes after she is defeated. Hidden behind an illusory wall, you can find one of Quelaag's sisters, the Fair Lady. By obtaining the Old Witch's Ring, we can speak to her and learn more of Quelaag's motivation. It turns out that her sister had sacrificed herself to relieve the suffering of her servants and is on the verge of death. The only thing keeping her alive is a steady supply of humanity that Quelaag has been getting for her. Quelaag wasn't just guarding the bell because it's a video game and objectives have bosses guarding them. She chose to stand guard at the bell because she knew there would be a steady supply of humanity coming straight to her that she could use to help save her sister. Now that Quelaag is dead, the Fair Lady is doomed. There is no one to help her but you. With the ring equipped, you are able to speak to her, and she assumes you must be Quelaag because who else could understand her? This leads to some brutally sad dialogue.
Quelaag, my dear sister, the eggs, it hurts. They've gone still. I am afraid it may be too late. I am so sorry, dear sister. Quelaag, please, sister, do not cry. I am happy, really. I have you, don't I?
By talking to the nearby servant, we can learn that there is another sister still alive, Quelana of Izalith, the same Quelana that Ceaseless Discharge mourns the death of. By upgrading the Pyromancy Flame, we can find her and speak to her. She tells us of how her mother and sisters were turned into demons and suffer for eternity. She was the only one that escaped.
I have a favor to ask. My mother, the Witch of Izalith, was one of the primeval lords. Her power came from the soul that she found near the first flame. She focused this power to light a flame of her own. But she failed to control it. The flame of chaos engulfed Mother and my sisters and molded them into deformed creatures. Only I escaped. And now I am here. But my mother and sisters have been in anguish since. I beseech you, free Mother and my sisters from the flame of chaos. I realize what I am asking. But please, free their poor souls.
She begs us to kill her mother and siblings out of mercy. But she isn't being entirely truthful here. The corpse that Ceaseless Discharge is watching over supposedly belongs to her, which means that she didn't escape, but chose to leave and faked her own death so her family would believe she was gone. And are the demons really suffering? Quelaag visibly embraces her demon form. It doesn't look like a parasite. The fair lady is full of compassion for the diseased. Lost Izalith and the demon ruins were once a civilization that thrived in the chaos. Yes, the flame of chaos was initially out of control, but the Witch of Izalith wrested it under control and contained it. Perhaps Quelana did not know of this. She was only there at the beginning, after all. Whether out of ignorance or guilt, she is unable to return to the family she betrayed and abandoned, and as a result is partially responsible for their demise. She puts you on a path of bloodshed, and you kill every remaining member of her family. The only exception being the Fair Lady. It is only a matter of time until she dies as a result of your actions as well. There's only one small bit of positivity in this story. Far into the future, past the final remains of demonkind, we can discover the corpses of the Fair Lady and Quelana. It appears she finally found the strength to return home.
お迎えに参上いたしました。今しばらくお待ちくだされ。
This fight is the second encounter with Genichiro, and is the moment where we fight him on an even playing field and can get our revenge. For many people, this is the first real test of Sekiro. Genichiro will drill the mechanics of the game into you, whether you like it or not. This battle forces you to learn how to deflect. You are simply not beating him without learning that skill. This makes him a great early game boss. He does everything he needs to do. He has a fun moveset that flows extremely well and has some interesting variety. You already know who he is from your prior encounter, and the presentation is amazing. He gains new attacks throughout the fight that keep you on your toes and teach you new mechanics. For example, he uses a thrust attack after his jump in the first phase, but after the first death blow he can opt for either a thrust or a sweep, forcing you to play reactive. And then there is the surprise third phase.
このアシナを守るためならばどのような異端の力であれ従えてみせる巴の雷見せてやろう
That is awe-inspiring, but also serves as a tutorial for lightning reversal. This fight is just designed so well to teach you how to play the game, while still being challenging enough to be good fun for veterans. And later on they added a harder version of this boss that adds more attacks to make him even more interesting. It's a fantastic battle with your main rival and a great conclusion to the opening act of Sekiro.
Ashina.
少しは成長しておるようだな。やろうか。狼よ。
Great Shinobi Owl is yet another great battle atop Ashina Castle, but this one has a much different feeling than the others. Owl is your adoptive father, and if you choose to side with your master over him, you have to fight him to the death. He may not be a match for Isshin, but he is no slouch and will use every trick in the book to defeat you. He has anti-healing orbs, shurikens, poison, firecrackers, smoke bombs, and can even Mikiri counter you. He even goes so far as pretending to surrender after the first death blow. This boss feels totally unique from everything you have faced, creating a lot of character. It's also a significant challenge, but he is such a joy to fight. He has a wide variety of attacks and is rather tricky. It really feels like a battle with a legendary shinobi rather than a duel with an honorable warrior. I'm not sure if this is just me, but with how much Owl moves around, I find that this is more a battle of draining his health than building up his posture bar, further adding to the unique feeling of this fight. I will save the lore for a later entry, but this is an excellent boss fight that marks the start of the final act of the game. The Storm King is the first spectacle boss in the series, and for me, is still the best. This fight is just such a sight to behold, especially in the remake where it is unbelievably beautiful. The fight is basically perfection in terms of presentation. You enter a stormy cliffside with tons of these annoying manta rays overhead. You are most likely sick of them after having to deal with them the prior two levels, and this fight lets you take out that frustration in the most satisfying way possible. You might be initially confused about what to do, but then you see it in the distance, the Storm Ruler. The coolest weapon in the series. You run over and grab it, and then watch it rip through the sky and destroy these annoying creatures. It is just so ridiculously cool. After taking your frustration out on his minions, the king himself arrives, and you repeat the process. It is just so good. I generally prefer the original Demon Souls to the remake, but this fight is an exception. The rain and sound design in the remake elevated an already great boss into something truly special. And it also fixes my only real complaint with the battle. In the original version, it is really hard to see the projectiles, and the remake completely remedied this issue. I have no problem with calling this one of the greatest bosses in the series, and I can't wait to see how they build on this boss next. I feel like I am completely alone in this take, but I absolutely love this boss. Range bosses are always challenging to balance, and Dark Souls 2 failed at this multiple times already. But with Elana, they finally got one right. She is basically Nashandra, but actually well designed and challenging, and she even looks cooler. Range bosses need an ability to keep you off of them, and the series has often struggled with this. Nashandra, for example, is a complete pushover, Other examples include Pinwheel being a laughingstock, and the Fool's Idol and Yharnam using annoying mechanics. Elana does not share this flaw. She has the ability to teleport and a close-ranged AoE to create distance, but the main mechanic she uses is summoning. This forces you to take your eyes off of her and focus on the summons, allowing her to attack you at range where she is at her most dangerous. Extra enemies in boss fights can be frustrating, but this fight handles it really well. She telegraphs her attack well, which gives you an opportunity to avoid them while fighting the other enemies. The skeleton summons aren't anything special, but she is also capable of spawning Velstadt. Yes, that Velstadt. This adds such an interesting wrinkle into this fight. I find it incredibly fun trying to balance Elana and Velstadt at the same time. If you focus on him, she will use range attacks to add extra challenge to your rematch. Or you can ignore him and go after Elana, with an extra enemy to keep your eyes on. It is so much fun. I see this fight being forgotten about or hated on by many, and have never understood why. It's challenging, fair, and fun. It is easily one of the best range bosses in the series for me, and one of my favorites overall.
Sekiro yo. O主、愛想はまるでないが、不思議と憎めぬやつじゃった。さあ、修羅に落ちる前に切ってやろう。
Isshin Ashina is the final boss of the Shura ending, and comes immediately after Emma, serving as the second and third phases of her fight. I decided to split them up because they're different enough, and because Emma deserves some of the spotlight for how good her portion of the battle is. This is the boss that the lowest percentage of players have defeated, since to access this fight you have to skip pretty much all of the late game and take the clearly evil ending. But that's not the only reason. It may not be a prime Isshin, but this sickly old man Isshin will not go down without a fight. I find him to be one of the hardest fights in the game. Not quite on the level of the other version of him, but still a good challenge. They really did a great job at reusing bosses in Sekiro, while also making them feel distinct. This is still Isshin, and he uses his style of combat, but he has plenty of new tricks up his sleeve. The second phase of this fight is totally unique from the other Isshin, and extremely scary to face. The added fire attacks and One Mind, which probably inspired this attack, are a lot to handle. It really shows you how much of a monster this man truly is. Even with him as a sick, dying old man, he still kicks your ass. He is a master of combat. One of the smallest but coolest things he does in this fight is to effortlessly dodge your attack and counter. He has to be the strongest normal human you fight in the entire series. He seems almost like a god, but everything he does is purely through physical means. Even the fire in this fight is him creating gusts of wind to use your own surefire against you. Isshin is a true legend and a worthy final boss for any ending.
Sekiro yo. ってやれぬか。
Sif is one of the most iconic bosses in Dark Souls. This fight is such a breath of fresh air, in the sense that you are finally fighting something that isn't a terrifying monster or some other tormented soul. This is a battle with a truly majestic creature, fully in control of its actions, and it is devastating. Sif is guarding the grave of their former master, the legendary knight Artorias. You and Sif do not want to fight each other, but Sif has to protect their master's grave, and you need the covenant of Artorias, and so you must fight. Sif wields Artorias' sword and mimics his moveset in an attempt to fight you off. It's not the most challenging fight, but it is still fun to dodge. The thing that really makes this fight unforgettable is its final moments. When their health reaches a certain threshold, they become too injured to fight back. Sif limps around the arena and weakly slashes at you, but at this point, the fight is over. All that is left is to put them out of their misery. This battle was already sad enough on its own, but it only gets worse. When you do the DLC, you go back in time and can rescue a younger Sif, and even summon them for the final boss of the DLC. If you do this before fighting Sif in the present, you get an altered cutscene that is even more tragic. This adds another layer to Sif's motivation to fight you. But not only is Sif fighting to protect the grave of Artorias, but also to save you from the corruption of the Abyss. And as one final gut punch, you get an alternate cutscene to start the battle, where Sif recognizes you as their savior and lets out a sad howl before gathering the resolve to face you. After years of speculation over who Gwyn's firstborn truly was, we finally got that answer in Dark Souls 3. The Nameless King is, well, nameless. Gwyn stripped him of godhood and even his name when it was discovered that he chose to ally with the ancient dragons. We find him in one of the coolest arenas ever, and he flies in on a storm drake like a complete badass. Unfortunately, the first phase of this fight is a pretty big letdown. Fighting the King of the Storm is pretty easy, but it's extremely tedious, especially since you have to do it again every time you get killed by the Nameless King himself. Once the Drake is down, you fight the Nameless King in a one-on-one duel, and he truly lives up to his title as a god of war and Gwyn's heir. The fight is a tough challenge, but is more than fair. He has a wide variety of attacks and moves around quickly, has wind shockwaves, his weapon is enchanted with lightning, and he can even wield lightning like his father. This is all a lot to deal with, but the real challenge in this fight comes from how he delays his attacks. He is really good at tricking you into rolling early and catching those rolls. It's pretty refreshing. The increased movement speed of Dark Souls 3 resulted in many bosses being easy to roll spam through, and this boss punishes that playstyle. This is a fight where you really need to learn the timing of all of his attacks, or things can spiral out of control incredibly quickly. He is considered one of the hardest bosses in the series, and while I do not think he is quite as difficult as people make him out to be, he is certainly a tough fight. He has two totally different phases, tricky timings, and a lot of health, but ultimately he is fair and can be beaten. The Nameless King is one of those bosses that even people that don't know anything about Dark Souls have heard of. He is absolutely iconic and one of the greatest fights in the series.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Father Gascoigne is the best early game boss in the Souls series. He's incredibly fleshed out considering he's the first mandatory boss in Bloodborne. He's got an iconic cutscene, a badass theme, a challenging but enjoyable battle, a second phase, and even a tragic side quest. This boss is just awesome. He's the first hunter-style boss and teaches you a lot about how to play Bloodborne. He likes to shoot you with his blunderbuss, a lot, so much that it's a bit irritating. But this teaches multiple lessons. First of all, to be aggressive and stay close so you don't get shot constantly, but also to shoot back. He is the perfect boss to teach you parrying. He is a player character, possibly wielding the same weapon as you, which makes it extra easy to learn the timing. But he's also just a fun fight in his own right. The dialogue during the fight is unsettling.
What's that smell? Sweet blood.
Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
And the transformation at low health will definitely make you panic the first time. It's an all-round great boss fight, and the whole thing gets amplified by the quest you can do with his daughter. She gives you a music box that his wife uses to quell his bloodlust and return his sanity. Unfortunately, she forgot the music box tonight, and her corpse can be found in the arena, likely murdered by her own husband. This finally pushed him over the edge, and by the time we get there, he is too far gone. We can still use the music box, which will affect him in this state and temporarily stun him, but it can't revert his transformation. It's a brilliant piece of story and gameplay perfectly intertwining. The fate of his daughter is no less bleak. She can either be sent to Iosefka's clinic to be experimented on, or sent to Odin Chapel, where she will be eaten by a boar along the way. Bloodborne wastes no time in letting you know that it is not going to be a happy game, and that this is only the start of the madness. Martyr Logarius is simply badass. His intro cutscene is one of my favorites in the series, and sets a great tone for the fight. He starts off limping towards you, before regaining his composure and moving towards you more confidently. It makes him seem downright creepy. Similarly, he starts off the battle with a much simpler Phase 1 before going insane in Phase 2. Phase 1 is an enjoyable magic battle. My favorite attack is the skull he puts right in front of him, that will detonate after a brief moment. It is a cool looking attack that does significant damage, but is telegraphed well. It isn't all that hard to dodge, but if you miss the signs it is coming, you will be punished. The second phase is where things get really interesting. He pulls out his sword and it switches to a more melee-focused battle. He has deadly combos, flies all around the arena, and even has this wild attack where swords rain down on you from the sky. It can be overwhelming, but like many Bloodborne bosses, he is very weak to parries. This drastically reduces the difficulty and makes him much more manageable to fight. He is also an interesting character in the greater lore of Bloodborne. He was the leader of the executioners who led the war against the Vile Bloods, eventually tracking down their queen in Cainhurst and slaying her. He discovered that the Vileblood Queen was immortal, and chose to steal her away in her castle forever. He wears the crown of illusions that hides her away and will not let anyone find her without getting through him first. While not technically the final boss of Demon Souls, old King Allant generally fills that role. He is the demon doppelganger of King Allant, and the final boss of the first world of the game. He is the best fight in Demon Souls mechanically. He is fast and aggressive with the largest variety of attacks in the game. He has a lot of different attacks he can use, many of which have a shockwave, which forces you to dodge not only at the right time, but also in the right direction. He also has a massive AoE that can be cancelled, and one of the scariest attacks in the entire series. A grab that takes away your most recent level. This is a pretty evil mechanic to put into a game, but I love it. It's another one of those wacky ideas that make Demon Souls Demon Souls. It makes him genuinely scary and becomes an attack that must be dodged at all costs. He's my pick for the hardest boss in the game, with Flamelurker being the only real competition. Comparing him to the later games, he's not the most challenging fight, but he makes for a wonderful final boss for this game. The arena is awesome, he's got cool effects, and the original theme is a creepy rendition of the main theme. The remake theme is good in its own way, but it completely lost the feeling of the original, and became a more traditional, epic-sounding theme like much of the soundtrack. This is one of the worst cases of this change in my opinion. The original song sounds so sinister, fitting for the demon responsible for the current state of the world. But the remake is not all bad. There's one small but important improvement to this fight. They added a shortcut in the remake that lets you bypass part of the dragon section, saving some time and multiple deaths on a runback that can get quite annoying while learning this boss. Though it becomes tedious quickly, I have to shout out the long elevator ride that builds so much tension for this fight. Allant is a great final boss that I always look forward to, and it really stands out as a highlight of Demon Souls. It is unbelievable to me that this boss was created in Dark Souls 2. Darklurker is both a gank fight and a magic fight, in a game that does both of these things very wrong many times. And yet, this fight is one of the absolute best, most well-designed bosses in both of these categories at the same time. This boss is a ridiculous step up in quality from most of the base Dark Souls 2 bosses, so of course it's hidden behind a secret covenant and one of the absolute worst runs ever devised in the series, leading to only a fraction of the player base even bothering to fight it. It's truly a shame because this is one of the best bosses in the entire series. The fight begins simple enough. Darklurker is a caster with a few attacks that are slow and relatively easy to dodge, giving you time to learn the moveset before it splits itself in half and makes a clone. Now you are contending with two Darklurkers at once using the same moveset. Once again, it is crucial for you to be able to separate gank bosses, and for range bosses to be able to defend themselves at close range. And this fight pulls both of these off perfectly, solely through the use of their moveset. They are rather slow and have multiple attacks that force them to be stationary, which allows you to split them up easily. They can defend themselves by teleporting, a melee combo, and by the nature of there being two of them, allowing one to attack while the other is defenseless. This creates a very challenging battle where you are constantly on the move to dodge ranged attacks and trying to capitalize on openings knowing there's the threat of the other attacking. You can also use the fact that they share a health bar to group them up and hit both simultaneously for massive damage. It is an incredibly well balanced fight and a ton of fun to pull off. My only real gripe is the ridiculous way you access the boss. You have to find Dark Diver Grandal in 3 different locations and then complete 3 Dark Chasm of Old challenge areas to access this boss. The issue is that these challenge areas require a limited resource to attempt and are incredibly challenging. You also have to go through one of these every time you want to attempt the boss. It is entirely possible to run out of your limited supply of human effigies, especially for a new player, and then you're just out of luck. You can no longer fight the boss. This baffling decision holds the boss back quite a lot and leads to many people skipping it. Pontiff Sulyvahn is the Ornstein and Smough level wall of Dark Souls 3. This boss is a menace. He is fast, has tricky, long combos, high damage, and limited openings. He is the mid-game test to see if you are ready for the final boss gauntlet of the game, and he certainly makes sure of it. On my first playthrough, this was by far the hardest boss in the base game. He is unrelenting and overwhelming, but in a good way. This is a thrilling battle, and eventually learning his combos and openings feels great. He also just looks sick dual-wielding greatswords. Around half health, he'll enter his second phase, which is really interesting. He summons a clone of himself that can be killed, but is better off left alive. In this phase, his aggression drops significantly. The clone does an attack, and he will follow up with the same attack in a few seconds. This makes for a very interesting battle where you are watching the clone to see what it does, and then pivoting to the actual boss to dodge what you know is coming. I find it significantly easier than the first phase, but no less enjoyable. It makes for a fun conclusion to the battle. Story-wise, he is essentially the main antagonist of the game, with his fingerprints all over the place. This makes it rather interesting that he was placed right in the middle of the game with no fanfare, but this fight more than makes up for it. And honestly, that's a pretty Dark Souls move to make. He may seem important, but at the end of the day, he's just another power-hungry fool trapped in this dying world. Gwyn is essentially the main antagonist of the entire Dark Souls trilogy, setting in motion the never-ending cycle this world exists in. He is also the final boss of the first Dark Souls, and is the perfect conclusion to the game. I'm not exactly sure what I expected the first time I fought him, but it was definitely not what I got. You walk in, and with no fanfare or dialogue, he leaps right at you with the iconic Plin Plin Plon playing in the background. It instantly makes clear that you aren't fighting the most powerful god of this world. You are fighting his hollow remains. He fights you like he's just going through the motions, like he's done this over and over. If you fight him normally, he's somewhat challenging, but if you parry him, he's a complete pushover. Toying with the remnants of this once overwhelmingly powerful god to sad piano music is such a shocking end to the game. It really makes you reflect on everything that happened. It makes you question what you are doing. Is linking the fire the correct choice? Should I become the next Gwyn? If this literal god that was so much more powerful than me in his prime was reduced to this state, and the world is falling apart, what can my sacrifice possibly achieve? This choice only got more interesting as the series progressed. It becomes clear that Gwyn's sacrifice has cursed the entire world. By the time of Dark Souls 2, after many cycles, people are starting to realize that there was something horribly wrong. Aldia laments the way Gwyn twisted humanity's nature to suit his needs, and destroyed the natural cycle of the world. Dark Souls 3 builds on this even further, with the main bosses being former Lords of Cinder that refuse to make this sacrifice once again. But why is it that they refuse to make this sacrifice again? Is it out of fear or selfishness? No. It is because they see how worthless their sacrifice really was. They sacrificed themselves to save the world, and when they came back, their kingdoms are in ruins, their people dead or corrupted. Why should they sacrifice themselves again just to watch history repeat itself? Gwyn and the countless Lords of Cinder defied the nature of the world to cling to little bits of comfort, and destroyed everything in the process. You can choose to keep the world going in this state forever, but what is the point? It just falls further and further into ruin and despair, with less and less of the first flame left each time. Dark Souls 2 and 3 are nightmare hellscapes of different timelines crashing into each other, sacrifice after sacrifice to the flame until eventually there's nothing left but ash. The main bosses of Dark Souls 3, and characters such as Vendrick and Aldia, came to the conclusion that this cycle must end. But ultimately, the choice comes down to whoever is the strongest. The chosen undead, the bearer of the curse, the unkindled one. The human that has slain everything in its path and consumed as many souls as possible. Gwyn's influence far exceeds his role as a boss in the first Dark Souls. He is the catalyst of the entire series, and his legacy looms over all of the games. Gwyn may not be everyone's favorite fight mechanically, but his impact exceeds that in so many ways. He set everything in motion and is responsible for the terrible state this world finds itself in. In my opinion, the only way forward is to let it all end.
The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle. But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness. Like embers linked by Lord's Pass.
We have finally arrived at one of my picks for the best boss in one of these games, and it's likely no surprise that it's from Dark Souls 2. Fume Knight is the boss everyone remembers from this game. It's an excellent duel with interesting lore and just so much fun to fight. There's some weird Dark Souls 2 BS where you can make this boss incredibly hard if you use too many smelter wedges while exploring, and some hitbox issues as usual in Dark Souls 2. But otherwise, this fight is pretty much flawless mechanically. It is just an excellent one-on-one duel with a powerful knight. The thing that makes this fight so challenging is how much he can vary his combos. It can be really difficult to tell when a combo ends. What makes it so tricky is that he has two different 3-hit combos, but he can vary the point where he stops. Sometimes he'll do 1, 2, or 3 hits. His damage is so high that you have to make sure you read him correctly or you will get punished big time. This can make him feel frustrating, but is also what makes him so satisfying to overcome. You have to be patient and know what you're doing to come out victorious. In addition, he's got a difficult to dodge AoE and loves to use charge attacks when you heal. I mentioned some of his lore in the Velstadt section. He was the other trusted assistant of Vendrick that lost to Velstadt and was exiled. He wandered until he found Broom Tower, and met another shard of Manus who he would spend the rest of his life with. He never forgot his grudge with Velstadt, and this is shown by him skipping to his second phase immediately if you enter the arena wearing his helmet. Kalameet is the first time they nailed the dragon boss in the series, and is a fantastic fight. He serves as the optional final DLC boss and is a pretty tough challenge. He's got a few different high damage fire attacks and a devastating grab that inflicts a debuff making you take double damage. This fight also has one of my favorite cutscenes in the series, where the blind giant archer Goth shoots him out of the sky, wounding him so that you can have a fair battle. Not only is it badass, but it also makes him even more intimidating. He is such a powerful foe that you can't even attempt to fight him without wounding him first, which really reinforces the strength of the dragons. They are not beings to be trifled with. His name also plays a role in making him intimidating. Kalameet comes from the word calamity, telling you just how big of a threat he truly is. This is a really great fight, and still one of the better dragons in the series. It serves as an excellent send-off to one of the greatest DLCs ever made. The Demon Prince is a tragically overlooked boss by many. It gets forgotten as the first boss in the Ring City, with 2 other incredible bosses to come after, but it is a phenomenal battle. I would probably argue that it is the best duo fight in the entire series on a mechanical level. It is incredibly well designed. How it works is that there are 2 demon bosses. One of them will be enraged and attack with a more aggressive moveset, while the other attacks from range. This is great because it allows you to separate them almost without thinking, but still keeps the threat of 2 bosses. The ranged one is also incredibly well telegraphed. I particularly like the attack where it puts a trail on the ground, showing you where it's going to attack right before it does. This gives you time to see it and respond without having to take your focus off the enraged demon. It feels great and is satisfying. In addition, they will cycle through the state throughout the fight, including a bit of an overlap where both are enraged for a few seconds. This makes you briefly go on the defensive until one of them returns to a more passive state. But taking down both demons isn't where the fight ends. Once both demons are down, the last one slain will be resurrected into a much larger and deadlier form. I specified the last one you kill because it actually makes a difference. There is a slightly different version of the Demon Prince depending on the order they are killed. One version uses a brutal meteor attack, and the other uses a big laser that is pretty easy to avoid and punish. This phase is mostly more of the same, but with just one big demon that is much deadlier. This is a great fight mechanically, and a visual spectacle that is more than a fitting introduction to the end of the world. The first Lord of Cinder in Dark Souls 3 is one of the best fights in the game. The Abyss Watchers are fascinating. They are an undead legion, taking up the mission of Artorias to stop the spread of the Abyss. But like the legend they took inspiration from, they failed and were corrupted by the Abyss themselves. Even still, they continue to fight the spread of the Abyss to this day, fighting amongst themselves endlessly. Initially you fight one Watcher, but after some time passes, a second will spawn, making it a 2v1 fight. What makes this boss so interesting is what happens next. A third Watcher will spawn after some time, but will be aggroed to one of the other two, making this a 2v2 fight. It's such an interesting twist on a gank fight that it immediately becomes one of the most memorable fights in the game. But it goes even further than this. Upon defeating the one with the boss health bar, they will absorb the power from all their brethren and power up for an awesome second phase where the boss's attacks gain a fire effect. I think this is an incredibly well-designed boss. It has a lot of attacks and some tricky combos, but is very clear on when a combo ends. It's not the most challenging fight due to a low health pool, but since it's an early game battle with a pretty complicated moveset and multiple phases, it's more than fair. Regardless, between the interesting cutscenes, the twist on a gang fight, the beautiful music, and the awe-inspiring second phase, this is easily one of the best fights in the series. The Orphan of Kos is one of the most difficult bosses in the series, and for many, the hardest. This boss is fast, agile, does high damage, moves around a ton, has a large health pool, and can attack you at any range. But at the end of the day, it's just a straight up duel with a deadly foe balanced extremely well. You never really feel safe or in control of this fight, especially towards the end when he is jumping all over the arena, and you have to keep track of both him and the lightning. It can be a tough task to keep track of everything, but it is more than fair. They managed to strike a great balance in this fight between making the boss feel fast, dangerous, and relentless, but still giving you time to react and get hits in. It is an exhilarating fight, and personally one of the most satisfying to overcome. It's also a tragic boss. It is literally an infant having just crawled out of its mother's corpse and fights you using a placenta. The orphan is the child of the Great One Kos, who washed up dead on the shore of the hamlet, bringing with her the unborn orphan and parasites that would spread throughout the village, transforming the residents. This naturally drew the attention of the hunters and Bergenworth, who massacred the village, performed horrific experiments, and killed the orphan in the process. This led to everyone involved and all future blood-drunk hunters being cursed to the hunter's nightmare upon their death. With the death of the orphan in the nightmare, it is finally freed and the curse is lifted.
Ah, sweet child of Kos, turned to languish. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be.
From the final boss of one DLC to another, Manus is another brutal battle and a stellar conclusion to the Artorias of the Abyss DLC. He was once a primordial human, potentially the furtive pygmy himself, that died and was laid to rest in Ulasil. A primordial serpent, likely Koth, convinced the humans of Ulasil to unearth his grave. This caused his humanity to go wild, spawn the Abyss, and corrupted all the townsfolk of Ulasil. In this state, he was controlled by his emotion, desperately searching across time and space to find his broken pendant. and with it in your possession, he finally finds it. This kicks off the DLC with you being dragged back in time, and eventually ends with you putting Manus down and completing the Legend of Artorias. This is the conclusion to one of my favorite story arcs in the series, as well as a great fight on its own. Manus is incredibly dangerous. He has a ton of high damaging attacks, including a devastating combo that locks you in place. And then halfway through the fight, he gains extremely high damaging magic attacks that have to be reacted to immediately. They all have distinct tells, and must be responded to fast to avoid an extremely high damaging attack that will outright kill many players. The darkness of the arena, his imposing figure, and his moveset make for a very intimidating and satisfying battle. This might be one of the hottest takes of this entire video. I love this boss, but most people seem to have him in the top 5 or even number 1, and I just cannot put him that high. This mostly comes down to the first phase of the fight, which I am just not a huge fan of. The design is fittingly disgusting, I love the screeching, and the moveset makes sense, but it's just not my preferred style of fight. And to be completely honest, I'm also just not very good at fighting it. I have a very difficult time reading him, and often have to rely on tanking through a lot of his hits long enough to make it to the second phase. But that second phase is more than worth the effort, beginning with the absolutely iconic mid-fight cutscene. The return of the Moonlight Greatsword is glorious, and the music is incredible. I love how Ludwig's story is told through gameplay. He is completely beast-like in the first phase, but after seeing the Moonlight Greatsword, he remembers who he once was. He assumes a more upright stance, and changes from a frantic, unpredictable beast into a more controlled swordsman, despite his large stature. A wonderful little detail in this fight is that he also loses the weakness that all beasts have to serrated weapons in the second phase. Despite his form, he has truly regained his humanity in his final moments, and is able to die as a man instead of a beast. After the battle, you can even speak to his head and tell him the fate of the hunters. You can tell him the harsh truth or lie to give him a little bit of comfort at the end. Owl is Sekiro's adopted father and mentor, but as we learn, this was not out of love or benevolence. He views his adopted son as a tool in his grand schemes, going so far as to stab him in the back after he defeated Lady Butterfly in the past. His sole goal seems to be immortality, and you are an obstacle in that path. This version of the fight takes place in an alternate memory of the events that occurred at Harada Estate 3 years prior to the game. My best guess as to what this means is that Sekiro is facing his father in his own memory to fully move on from his influence. This fight can only occur after Owl is killed in the present, and gives him the closure he needs to move on and, in contrast to his father, sacrifice himself to free his lord. The fight is basically an amped up, cooler version of the Great Shinobi Owl fight, which was already fantastic. It is a similar battle, but he has all kinds of new tricks up his sleeve, and is generally more aggressive and deadly. The biggest change comes in the second phase, where he is accompanied by an owl spirit and can teleport. Like the first fight, it is a long endurance battle and a joy to play. It is one of the most challenging and satisfying duels in the game. Falling just outside of the top 10 is the best dragon fight in the series. He is awe-inspiring to look at, has an expertly designed and balanced fight, and is just so cool. This fight borrows the weak spot mechanic from Amygdala and Ebrietas, but executes it so much better. Midir takes minuscule damage from anything other than his head, but unlike those other fights, he has a lot more openings and gives you ample time to get hits in. This makes the fight feel extremely fair. The real magic of this, though, is the way it makes you face Midir head-on. Many large bosses in this series encourage you to get as close to them as possible and whack at their feet. This makes it really hard to see what is happening, and renders the cool design of the boss pointless. In this fight though, you are always staring at Midir head-on, dodging all of his attacks and then going in to punish. You can see everything he is doing, and camera issues are pretty much non-existent. This weakness mechanic remedies all the problems these fights tend to have, and creates a super fun flow that makes the fight feel so good. Many people consider this to be one of the hardest bosses in the series, but I've never really found him that difficult. If you fight him as intended, none of his attacks are particularly difficult to dodge, and openings are very obvious. It becomes more of an endurance test that lets you take in the spectacle of it all, and that spectacle only gets amped up as the fight progresses, when he starts to incorporate dark spells and a devastating laser attack that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. This adds some extra challenge to the fight, but also signals that it is coming to an end. You will stagger him pretty close to this point, and get a massive critical hit off to possibly end the battle. This is easily one of the best, most satisfying, and cinematic bosses in the series.
Go forth, Galvin. May you be unharmed.
Maiden Astraea is the pinnacle of lore bosses in the series for me, and my favorite boss in Demon Souls. This is far from being a difficult fight. She literally cannot attack you. Her bodyguard Garl Vinland is the real fight here, but even he will not attack unless provoked. He is content to leave you alone unless you move in to kill Astraea. This creates such a unique encounter and forces you to think about what you have seen and done throughout the game. You came to Boletaria to stop the demons and save the world, and demons are supposedly these mindless monsters, just seeking to kill and gather souls. But Maiden Astraea, one of the archdemons, the biggest threats to humanity, will not even fight you. She just wants to be left alone in her disgusting swamp with all the abandoned, lost, and wretched of the world.
Leave us, Slayer of Demons. This is a sanctuary for the lost and wretched. There is nothing here for you to pillage or plunder. Please, leave quietly.
So who is Maiden Astraea? What is going on here? Astraea was a saint and a devout, pure-hearted follower of her god, who was sent to the Valley of Defilement to purify it. Seeing the suffering of its residents, she started to lose faith in her god. What kind of god would allow so much suffering to befall innocents?
Dear God, have mercy. Is not your abandonment of us punishment enough? How long must we weather this cruel fate? Dear Lord, you are too cruel. You have abandoned us. Is that not punishment enough?
Disillusioned with her god and powerless to ease the suffering of these people, she made a choice. She became an archdemon herself. With this newfound power, she was able to free the valley's residents from the source of their pain. their souls. An act of evil according to most, the church included, but she had altruistic intentions, and the people worship her for it. She spends her life as a demon tending to her people, and they shower her with the souls of intruders in return. She is not completely innocent, but she had the best intentions, and ironically enough became the closest to God that any saint ever was. The God of her faith is the Old One after all. But we don't spare a thought to the plight of her and the valley. We slaughter our way through to claim her soul. And once her last line of defense falls, she decides to kill herself rather than give you the satisfaction of slaying another demon. This fight has always pushed me towards believing that the evil ending of this game is the true ending. I like to think that the Slayer of Demons has been corrupted by their lust for power over the course of the game, and this fight really pushes that narrative for me. In that context, her final line is truly haunting.
You killed him, didn't you? Very well. I can no longer resist you. Do as you like. Take your precious demon soul.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt.
Gehrman is an incredible final boss. In a game full of horrifying monsters, having the final boss be a crippled old man is an interesting decision, not one you're likely to expect. I've always been a fan of fighting enemies that exist on a level more similar to yourself, and Gehrman is just that. He is just another hunter, and he has served a role as a mentor and a guide throughout the game. He doesn't fight you in some grand betrayal. He fights you because he wants to help you. Gehrman is trapped in the hunter's dream by the moon presence. It is his role to welcome new hunters to the dream and send them out to accomplish whatever task the moon presence has. Once that's over, he kills the hunter to set them free, allowing them to return to the waking world. He knows that if he were to die, then the moon presence would just replace him with someone else. In this case, that would be you. And so when you refuse to let him kill you, he takes matters into his own hands, fighting you with everything he has to save you from the miserable fate that he endures. It's a tragic fight. He wants so desperately to be freed from the dream, but at the same time, he's unwilling to let anyone take his place. It's honestly devastating.
Oh, Lawrence, Master Willem, somebody help me, unshackle me, please, anybody. I've had enough of this dream. The night blocks all sight. Oh, somebody, please.
He's trying so desperately to save you from his fate, and you are refusing for whatever reason, whether it's out of ignorance, a thirst for blood, or an obsession with knowing the truth. This all sets the stage for an incredible final battle. It takes place in one of the most gorgeous arenas in the series and has a hauntingly beautiful theme, especially this part towards the end. Gehrman may be old, but he is no slouch and is shockingly agile for a man that's been in a wheelchair the whole game. He is one of the most skilled hunters, and you will feel that.
You must accept your death. Be freed from the night.
He's a great final test of your skills. He's fast, aggressive, and can even parry you. It makes for a very well-balanced and enjoyable battle. But like with every other boss, you will eventually prevail, and Gehrman will finally be freed from his torment.
The night and the dream.
Ornstein and Smough are probably the most iconic bosses in the Souls series, and it's for good reason. This fight is the wall of Dark Souls for many, many players. It's a brutal challenge, but also one of the best. There were a few other duo bosses in the series before this, but this is the first to feature two unique bosses that complement each other. Ornstein is smaller and faster, and will chase you to the ends of the universe, whereas Smough is bulkier and slower but packs a punch. Their different speeds and the pillars allow you to separate them easily, and enable you to target whichever you prefer. This is also the first fight in the series to feature a true second phase, with a mid-fight cutscene and 2 health bars. Whoever is remaining after you kill one of them will get fully healed and power up. This is awesome, but unfortunately the buff Smough was significantly easier, so most people will take that route. At that point, it's pretty much a victory lap. Like many, this fight absolutely walled me. I got stuck here for hours my first time, and then I got stuck here again when I did my Soul Level 1 run. It's a real challenge, but one of the most satisfying to overcome. The thing that really blows me away about this fight is how much it got right as the first of its kind. FromSoft is still trying to recapture the magic of this fight over a decade later, and they've never managed to match it. They just complement each other so well, and it's also placed at the perfect point in the game. After so much time going down into the depths in search of the bells, we get to ascend to Anor Londo. Whereas the first act creates this sense of dread and fear as we get further from home, this section of the game makes us feel heroic and triumphant. Having this incredible challenge serve as the final test before the game opens up for its final act is genius. Even more so when you realize that Ornstein was never even here. Ornstein had already left by this point in search of the Nameless King, and what we fight is just an illusion. All of this has been orchestrated by Gwyndolin to get you to blindly fall in line with their schemes. Placing Guinevere right after this and telling you to claim the Lord Souls is a brilliant plan. You've just been shown the best this world has to offer in Anor Londo, and are an easy target to be swayed by the brilliance of light.
Oh dear. Another dogged contender. Welcome, unkindled one, purloiner of cinders. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
The twin princes are responsible for setting in motion the plot of Dark Souls 3. The younger prince Lothric was a sickly cursed boy that was destined to become a Lord of Cinder. In an effort to strengthen him, his older brother Lorien, a powerful warrior that single-handedly defeated the Demon Prince, fused their souls. From this point on, they were forever linked. Lorien was crippled and lost the ability to speak, but became unkillable without the death of Lothric. At some point after this, they rejected their duty and chose to watch the first flame die out instead. This prompted the resurrection of the other Lords of Cinder to rekindle the flame, and when that didn't work out, the last hope for the Age of Fire was placed on the Unkindled, heroes of the past that had tried and failed to link the flame. We are awakened and set on a path to take down the Lords of Cinder, and then link the flame ourselves. The princes sit atop Lothric Castle, patiently waiting for the flame to die out, until we arrive. We initially fight Lorien, who can teleport to compensate for his inability to walk. This is the main mechanic of this fight, and it just feels so good to dodge. This is one of those fights where the timing of everything just feels so satisfying. The way Lorien starts up attacks and then teleports is insanely fun to dodge. It all just has such a great flow to it. After we take down Lorien, Lothric resurrects him and joins the fight. This is where that part about Lorien being unkillable comes in. The second phase is much like the first, except now Lorien is carrying Lothric on his back, and Lothric will use some magic, adding more things to dodge. What makes this phase so fun, besides just giving us more of a great fight, is that Lothric is the target to be killed, but he is on the backside of the boss attacking you. You can either kill Lorien and then damage Lothric as he resurrects him, or you can try to get far enough behind Lorien to hit both of them. Dealing with Lorien's teleportation, Lothric's projectiles, and positioning yourself to hit both bosses is a fun and unique challenge. And then there's also the theme, which is another incredible track that adds so much to the fight. It makes it feel so grand and climactic. The whole thing just makes for an incredible penultimate fight. Soul of Cinder is the perfect conclusion to the Dark Souls trilogy. The concept of this boss is just perfect. The Soul of Cinder is an amalgamation of every person to link the fire in all previous cycles, all the chosen undeads, all the bearers of the curse, every single player and NPC to link the flame combined into one being. It just makes so much sense as a conclusion, on top of being an incredibly cool idea. In gameplay terms, this is shown by the boss using different builds. It starts with a normal sword build, using the coiled sword from the first flame. It can then switch between a sorcery build, a lance faith build, and a curved sword pyromancy build. It even uses the dark wood grain ring from Dark Souls 1 in the curved sword stance. The order of these stances is random, which makes the fight always feel fresh. Each stance has a relatively simple moveset, but there's just so much variety between them from fight to fight to keep it interesting. The arena is also incredibly cool, taking place in this twisted version of the kiln with the world collapsing in on itself, the sun in the sky resembling the dark sign, the weapons from the countless challengers that came to link the flame. It's such a striking image. And then there's the music, one of my favorite songs in the series. It's such an epic piece of music that always makes me excited. I can't help but have a big smile on my face during this battle. But that's not all. All of this would make it a great boss, but there's one final piece that elevates this fight to one of the best FromSoft has ever made. When I said the Soul of Cinder is everyone that has ever linked the flame, of course that included the first Lord of Cinder himself, Gwyn. The moment when Gwyn's theme comes in never fails to give me chills. It's such an incredible callback to the first game, but done in a way that doesn't feel like fan service. It makes perfect sense that when the boss is starting to feel pressured, it would take the form of the first and most powerful Lord of Cinder. The second phase is pretty easy, but you do have to watch out for the massive combo attack that it stole from Manus. And seeing all of Gwyn's moves again is just such a nice, nostalgic feeling. And I didn't even play these games that far apart. I can't imagine how powerful of a moment it would be if you played both of these games at launch. It's just such a perfect ending to this series. This is a boss that I didn't expect to end up this high. My first draft of these rankings had them more in the 15 to 20 range, but they steadily moved up and up to this spot. It's just such a fun fight that always makes me happy to play, and it's such a powerful conclusion. If the story of Dark Souls ended here, I would have been totally fine with that, but they somehow managed to one-up themselves in the DLC.
A corpse should be left well alone. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will kill you now. From your wild curiosity.
Lady Maria is my favorite boss in Bloodborne. She's an amazing boss in just about every area. She has a great cutscene, her theme is incredible, the lore is tragic, the arena is extremely memorable, and the fight is challenging, a spectacle to behold, and fits so perfectly with her lore. Lady Maria is a Vileblood, a vampire-like race that excels in using blood magic. She rejected this side of herself and chose to ally with the Hunters and wield the Rakuyo, a weapon that relied on her own skill and dexterity over the power of blood. She trained under Gehrman and became one of the most skilled hunters. She also took part in Bergenworth's slaughter of the fishing hamlet and the defilement of Kos, but her actions took a toll on her. She eventually threw away her weapon when she could stomach what she had done no longer. She then turned to taking care of the mutilated patients in the research hall and offered them some level of comfort. Many patients still search for her, looking for her to save them, but she is already gone. When you find her, she is sitting in a chair at the top of the clock tower, dead. The weight of what she had done and the suffering of the patients had become too much to bear, and she killed herself. But her death was not the end. For all she had done, she was sent to the hunter's nightmare upon her death. She takes it upon herself to block the path to the fishing hamlet, the last line of defense stopping anyone else from discovering the dark secrets that lie there. If you are paying attention, you may also notice that she looks and sounds like the doll in the Hunter's Dream. It seems Gehrman was a bit obsessed with her. After she died, he made a life-size doll of her and made a deal with the Moon Presence to bring her back to life, thus resulting in the creation of the Hunter's Dream, the same dream you would eventually be pulled into. Lady Maria's story is tragic. She was a compassionate woman at heart, but ended up being lured in by the secrets of the world like so many others, and committed unspeakable acts. When we fight her, she has given up almost all hope, and lives only to stop others from going down the path that she did. I absolutely love how they tell this story through gameplay. At the start of the fight, she uses her Rikuyo like she did in life, but when you start to push her, she slowly starts dipping into the blood magic she despises. Hesitantly at first, before being pushed to use everything she has. This creates 3 phases. The first phase is just the Rikuyo, the second adds some blood on top, and the third phase fully unleashes her blood powers and gains fire to add even more range and damage. The music also intensifies in sync with the changes in her moveset. Mirroring her desperation to stop you. It makes for an incredibly exciting and memorable battle, and is undoubtedly one of the best fights in the series.
Fret not, Father. We have no need of thy flail. 'Tis only the flame quivering at misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes. I would snuff out these ashes for good.
Sister Friede is one of the scariest bosses in the series. The first phase is a one-on-one duel with Friede. She's pretty passive at this point and has low health, so it's not a huge challenge. It mostly serves to prepare you for later. Like the boss of the other painted world, Friede can turn invisible. You can track her by watching the movement of the snow as she repositions, something that will be useful to know.
Return from whence thou camest, for that is thy place of belonging.
The second phase is a gang fight with Friede again and Father Ariandel. Friede takes a more passive role in this phase, with Ariandel charging at you relentlessly and using massive fire attacks. They share a health bar, so you can target either one, but it's much easier to go after Ariandel. He has large openings and is much easier to keep track of. He's also just in your face more than Friede. Their dynamic works very well and makes for a great duo fight. I also have to once again shout out the music in this fight for being awesome, and the arena change during the second cutscene is a nice touch. What elevates this boss so high is what happens next. After 2 phases that are already hard enough to be a full boss fight, you get a Titanite slab. So of course the fight must be over, right? But you might have noticed something feels off. You might not even know exactly what, but there's something wrong. There was no text that the boss was defeated, but they tried to distract you with the slab. And then Father Ariandel starts speaking. Quite possibly my single favorite moment in the entire series. The fake out is genius. It also transitions into one of the coolest fights in the series. Friede pulls out a black flame scythe to dual wield with her ice one, and has insane combos and spectacle. It's a shocking twist ending to the fight, and impossible to forget. This is also where all the practice from the first phase comes in. She uses the invisibility again here, and you need to know how to read that properly to deal with her. She is relentless in this phase, but still remains susceptible to backstabs and parries, and doesn't have the highest health. This helps to keep it fair. She has some interesting lore being connected to one of the other endings, but her main goal is to preserve the current painted world forever. But the real star of the show for me here is the spectacle of her fight.
これでアシナの世は明ける。
哀れな孫の最後の願いじゃ。わしはこのアシナをよみがえらせねばならぬ。故に赤炉、お主を切るぞ。
My top 3 are all basically perfect bosses in my opinion, but I had to sort them in some order, and Isshin ended up taking 3rd place. This boss is, in my opinion, the single best fight in the series mechanically. It is utterly astounding to me that they managed to make a fight that is this good. My first time through, he was impossibly hard. I got stuck on him for over 6 hours, but at the same time, the fight felt so fair. It was so hard to stop fighting him. I always just wanted one more attempt, and when I finally prevailed, it was one of the most satisfying gaming moments of my life. I still go back to fight him periodically, and can beat him with ease these days, but I can still marvel at how great this fight is and how much it impacted me the first time. Isshin really drilled into me how to play this game, and made me truly fall in love with it. His hesitation as defeat line that I heard so many times eventually clicked and taught me how I was supposed to be playing. It is truly the ultimate challenge of the game, and I find it kind of unbelievable that they had the final boss of the game be this hard. Usually this level of difficulty is reserved for the optional bosses, but they just went all out here. He has 3 phases, but you also have to beat Genichiro first, so this is really a 4-phase fight. The first phase of Isshin himself is a very difficult but mostly standard fight with a swordsman. The second phase amps things up to an insane degree. He pulls out a spear and dual wields it with his sword, creating all kinds of tricky timings and making for an incredible spectacle. He also has a gun that I have no idea how he manages to use with his hands full with the other weapons. And then in the final phase, they add in lightning to make it as epic as possible. This fight flawlessly walks the line between being mechanically difficult, fair, and a spectacle, all at the same time. It makes for a perfect conclusion. Knight Artorias is my favorite character in the series. His story is my favorite story in the series, and his fight is one of the best FromSoft has ever made. I wanted so desperately to put him at number 1, but I just could not do it. There's just one final boss that is too good to beat. Artorias is a legendary and iconic boss, and the game does such an incredible job of building him up. Throughout the game, you will hear the legend of the great knight Artorias, the Abyss Walker. When your path brings you to the 4 kings, who reside in the Abyss, you are told to seek him out to learn the secrets of Abyss walking.
But the Abyss is no place for ordinary mortals. Although, long ago, the knight Artorias traversed the Abyss. If you can find him and learn from him, the Abyss may prove surmountable.
But on the way to his grave, Alvina tells a different tale.
The legend of Artorias art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark. 'Tis but a fairy tale.
And Alvina would know the truth, having been there to see the events herself. The truth is that Artorias did traverse the abyss, and attempted to stop its spread, but he lost. Badly.
Knight Artorias came to stop this. But such a hero has nary a murmur of dark. Without doubt he will be swallowed by the abyss, overcome by its utter blackness. Indeed, the abyss may be unstoppable.
He too was consumed by the abyss. His final act was to shield Sif with his great shield, losing his arm in the process. The only warrior capable of dealing with the abyss was defeated, but we know that this DLC takes place in the past, and the supposedly unstoppable abyss was miraculously halted, a feat attributed to Artorias, but we now know that is not the truth. In truth, we are the one that stopped the abyss, that defeated Manus, and rescued Princess Dusk. We are responsible for the legend of Artorias. The Chosen Undead exists far in the future, and was only pulled back into the past because of Manus' obsession with his pendant. And so, our actions are attributed to Artorias. He was the perfect person to give credit to after all. Although he ultimately failed, he did traverse the abyss, and fought Manus, so it is the perfect cover-up. Only a few people knew the truth. Hawkeye Goff, Kieran, and Alvina. Alvina stands by the grave of Artorias to this day, and tells of the falsehood of his legend, both to protect Sif and to prevent others from trying to seek out the abyss and ending up like him. After defeating Manus and rescuing Dusk, she also starts to piece together the truth.
This may strike thine ear as somewhat peculiar, but long ago, in my homeland of Ulasil, I was beset by a creature from the abyss. I would have perished then, were it not for the great knight Artorias. In truth, I saw little of what transpired, for mine senses were already fled, but even still, there was something about Artorias, a certain balance of the humors that quite perfectly fits your semblance. Heavens, could it be that?
All the setup for this fight, and the payoff when you piece everything together, makes this boss so incredibly interesting. I haven't even started talking about the fight yet. I think this is the deepest and most challenging fight in the first Dark Souls. He has a wide variety of attacks and is difficult to predict. He has a buff that you can either cancel or use as a healing and buff window. He has this really cool jump attack that can be used anywhere between 1 and 3 times, and a bunch of sword swings with weird timings. It makes for a challenging fight that always keeps you on your toes. You really need to pay attention to him to see what attack he is doing, and this becomes even more crucial if you let him buff himself, because he will do insane damage. On top of everything else, the Colosseum makes for a very memorable arena. His theme is fittingly tragic, and he has one of the coolest boss designs. His armor, sword, broken arm, and dark aura just make for an awesome looking boss. Artorias is also a massive Berserk reference, very clearly inspired by Guts, even adopting a similar stance and using attacks straight out of the manga. The last thing I want to add is some of the cut dialogue for this fight that further amplifies the tragedy.
Soon, I will be consumed by them, by the dark. All of you, forgive me, for I have availed you nothing.
Even though Artorias failed, his legend endured for eons, inspiring countless others to follow in his footsteps, one such group being the Abyss Watchers, but they were unaware of how his tale truly ended, and met the same fate. Just as the Abyss Watchers continue to fight the dark after being corrupted, so too does Artorias. Even in this state, he continues to hunt creatures of the dark. There is still a part of him in there. It pains me to put down this fallen hero, but it's what he would have wanted, and it is destined. He has to be slain for his legend to live on.
What? Still here? Hand it over, that thing, your dark soul. For my lady's painting.
Slave Knight Gale is the perfect boss. He excels in every single category. The fight is incredible, the music is outstanding, the lore is tragic, it's challenging, it's spectacular to look at, the arena is brilliant, the cutscenes are iconic, and I think it's the most fun fight they've ever made. And to top it all off, it is the perfect conclusion to this series. This fight takes place at the end of the world. Everything has been ground to ash from the countless fire linking cycles until there is nothing left. This is the inevitable endpoint of Gwyn's world. Prolonging his world by sacrificing everything to the first flame could only ever have this outcome. We reach this point by moving forward in time, and it's here that we meet our final foe. Slave Knight Gale is one of the oldest undead. Slave Knights were fodder warriors thrown into hopeless battles and expected to die. And yet, Gale managed to survive every one of these battles, and make it all the way to the end of the world. We do not know how long he was in servitude. It could go all the way back to the war against the dragons for all we know. But we know that he managed to outlive everyone, including whoever he was enslaved by. By the time of Dark Souls 3, he has found a new purpose. He wants to help the painter in the painted world of Ariandel to create a new world. For this to happen, she needs two things. First, the current painted world has to start to burn, allowing for the birth of a new world. And second, she needs pigment to use to paint that new world. Sister Friede and Father Ariandel have chosen to embrace rot instead of letting the natural cycle play out. But Gale is not strong enough to stop them, and so he leaves the painted world to find someone that can. He brings us to the painted world, and eventually we defeat Friede, allowing the natural cycle to begin. With this, there is only one thing left for Gale to do. He needs to find a suitable pigment to paint this new world, and he has one in mind, the Dark Soul. Gale embarks on a journey to reunite the Dark Soul for the first time since the furtive pygmy discovered it. He spends an untold amount of time collecting every piece of the Dark Soul, but Gale knew his limits. He was no champion. He knew he would not be strong enough to control the Dark Soul and keep himself sane after all this time, and so he guides us to the Ring City and ultimately to him, at the end of time.
Is this the blood? The blood of the Dark Soul.
And so we fight, the last two humans alive at the end of the world. It's his plan that will kill him, complete the Dark Soul, and bring it back to the painter to create a new world. Now it's finally time to talk about the fight itself. Gale's first phase is a frantic, beast-like battle. He's a shell of a man at this point that only knows how to kill. The way he moves and some of his attacks make me think of this phase as a hybrid of Artorias and the Orphan of Kos. It's a fun fight, and it feels good to dodge, especially the combo attack he does. What really makes this fight special is the second and third phases. At this point, he turns completely hollow and channels the power of the Dark Soul. He assumes a more upright stance, uses his repeating crossbow, and a way of white spell. He also gains this awesome effect where his cape follows up his attacks. This forces you to be extra careful about both the direction and timing of your dodges. Since these attacks are so long, if you dodge too early, you'll still get hit. On top of looking extremely cool, it feels great to dodge. It's a fight that feels perfectly balanced. It truly feels like a dance. You always have just enough time to roll and get a hit in before his next attack. When you get into a flow with him, it just feels so incredibly good. It's so much fun and feels so satisfying. The final phase begins with him launching a soul-like magic attack. From this point on, there is lightning striking all over the arena, and Gale gains new attacks and follow-ups for existing ones. Combined with the beautiful theme, it makes for an incredible spectacle. After a long, challenging, climactic battle, Gale is finally allowed to rest, and we claim the Dark Soul for ourselves. But we have one final thing to do. Back in the painted world, we can hand it over to the painter and allow her to create a new world. A world free of the fire-linking curse. A world with an unknown future. A world full of hope. It's a surprisingly quiet and hopeful ending to the series.
Those who aren't kin to fire cannot paint a world. Those absorbed by fire must not paint the world. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten, Mother. My thanks, Ashen One. With this will I paint a world. Please tell me thy name. I would name this painting after thee. I see. We are much alike. Then I will name this painting Ash. It will be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. And one day, it will make someone a goodly home. I wonder when Uncle Gale intends his return. I hope the new painting will be to him a gentle home.
The rest of this video is just going to be me rambling about this experience to remember it by. If you want to leave here, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you got some enjoyment out of it. I can't believe it's finally done. I've been working on this video for like 21 months now. I started it in October of 2021, and I'm sitting here recording this on July 15th of 2023. It has been a very long time. I've had massive changes in my life in this time and played tons of other games, but always at the back of my mind was this video. I always wanted to make this. I'm not sure why I decided to make this my first fully produced video. It's probably not my best idea. It's ridiculously long. It took me so much time to make. I learned so much from this whole process, and I really enjoyed my time with it. I've made so many mistakes, many of which I've fixed, and many of which I have not found yet, and will probably let bother me for the rest of my life. But that's okay. This video was never supposed to be anything serious. It was just a passion project that I decided to make one day, and it took forever. There were many times where I didn't think that I would actually finish, but I did. Here we are. When I started this video, I had some basic editing experience, but I had never really tried scripting anything or speaking into a microphone before. I think my skills really developed over the course of these 2 years working on this, and I'm especially proud of the later ones, specifically the top 10. My hardware has also completely changed in the time since I started this. When I first started this video, I was using a gaming headset to record and editing on my laptop. Most of my footage was gathered by streaming to Twitch from my Xbox and downloading the VODs. I apologize for the quality issues, but there wasn't really anything else I could do at the time, and at this point it was way too late to go back and change everything. About 2 months into the video, I bought a new microphone and had to re-record the first 60 bosses, which really ended up burning me out, but it was totally worth it. Here's a clip of what it originally sounded like. I have long been aware of FromSoft's Souls series by its reputation alone. I was scared away from it for years by all the talk of the difficulty, vague story, lack of direction, the depressing and dark world, and so on. Also around that time I got COVID, and recorded a large portion of the video while sick. It was not fun having to edit out all my coughing and sick person noises, but I think I did a pretty good job of hiding it. Being forced to remake the first hour of the video allowed me to do some reordering and rewriting of some bosses, which was nice. Around that time, I also got a job and had to move long distance. Dealing with living in a new place, burnout, and starting a new job delayed this video further and further, but I slowly chipped away at it. Much like a Dark Souls boss, patience and persistence were key. Somewhere along the way, I made a side project that became shockingly successful. My channel with 30 subscribers somehow managed to get almost 23,000 views on a video about Drakengard, which was really encouraging and helped push me to keep working on this. I doubt this video will find that level of success, mostly because of the length, but also just it's a little rougher around the edges. But I don't really care. This was all about my own personal satisfaction. I wanted to make this video for fun, and also to prove that I could. I really want to thank all of my friends who listened to me ramble about this video for years. I'm sorry it took so long, but thank you for the constant encouragement. I also need to thank Ghost Repost for inspiring me to make this video in the first place, supporting me throughout the process, and genuinely becoming a friend of mine. Thanks to everyone that supported me and left comments on the Drakengard video. I appreciate every last one of you. I have no idea how many people will see this, but seriously, thank you for watching. I really hope you enjoyed my work. I don't really know where I'm going to go from here, but I know it's going to be strange not having this lingering on the back of my mind. I've had thoughts on making more long-form video essay style videos on games I love, but I'm not quite sure that I'm at a point where I'm comfortable doing that yet. I don't really have any plans. I'm just gonna go with the flow and make something if I get motivation. And that's good with me. Do not expect any kind of consistency from me, either in the subject I'm talking about or in how long it takes me to make the video. But if you like what you've seen, then I'd love it if you would stick around for whatever I do next. And with all that said, I can finally end this video and rest. With how long this video is already, I figured I had to end it off with some rambling for way too long. Goodbye then. Be safe, friends. Don't you dare go hollow.
What? Still here?